1 2 Chuffy 1 2. This is a little sound check to get the stream started. Little sound check for me to get the stream started. So I'll get the hey you on the screen there, and I'll wave my hand and I'll say hey you and get the stream started. Check check 1 2, and I'll check that I can hear it. Check to me to get the streams. Yep, I can hear it. Check check 1 Chuffy 1 chuffing 2. So let's turn off the hey you. I do that because on YouTube you hover over the video on your phone and you see a little bit of it play, and you might see the hey you popping off, and you might think, oh hey me, hey me, and then you're here, and if you're here it's worked, hasn't it? So I don't know if that works or not. Anyway, in the background there we've just got a little documentary playing about Tesla. It's just for the images, that is, because I'm going to do our own version today. Today we're talking all about Nikola Tesla. We're talking about all about his power, his electricity. He's generating electricity. I'm just going to put the playback speed to 0.25 on that. So it's just images in the background for a bit. I've got my own notes. I've got some things to say. I've been doing some investigation. Why have I been doing that? Right. Well, before we get started on Nikola Tesla and his energy devices and, you know, what he was up to, basically what he was up to, not electric cars, not Elon Musk, Nikola Tesla, and what he was up to with all this electricity. Don't need funny eyes anymore. That was going to be for my thumbnail. Before we get on with that, what was I going to... I've got loads of windows open. I thought it'd help me to get all the windows open. It hasn't. Before we do that, I'm going to read a couple of comments. Okay, so because the original idea for looking at this came through... We did a video. Let's look at our channel. We did a live talking about Jade's visit to Blackpool. Jade's one of these conspiracy chuffers, one of these Tartaria chuffers. So if you want to find my Tartaria videos, if you hit playlists on the Ganja Kid channel, come down here, there's a load of playlists, look, loads of them. So you pick the one that's in up your street, view the full playlist, or play the whole thing, up to you. And then down here will be all the videos about it. So it's easy to find stuff on our channel. And Jade is hidden tech there. Tesla Tower in plain sight with Antiquitech. Jade. And so she suggested the Blackpool Tower was some sort of energy creation device that was harvesting energy from the atmosphere. Now, I'm going to show you all about how these ideas have come about today. I'm going to show you all about what we think Tesla was up to, what we don't know Tesla was up to, because he had a few secrets. We're going to look at all that today. And we're going to show you how it relates to these funny ideas. So what I'm hoping to do today, and I don't know if we'll achieve it because it gets quite complex and deep. And to be honest, it gets a little bit beyond my brain power at some point. I don't think a week and a half is enough for me to learn everything about quantum physics and electricity. Not enough that I need to teach online. But I certainly have done enough so that we can all look at it and follow it up to a certain point. But what I hope to do is I hope to be able to show that the ideas about, for example, the Blackpool Tower or the Eiffel Tower or whatever buildings they suggest have got power things on top of them, the ideas about that are not that far-fetched. You what? I thought you were going to say it's nonsense, Scott. I thought you were going to say it's nonsense, Scott. No, I'm going to tell you it's not that far-fetched, actually. That there's some... I won't say validity, but there's some cross wires, maybe that's a better way of saying it. So, you know, you got your wires crossed, mate. You know, some cross wires. There's some ideas that Tesla actually does bring up that these people then they jump from point A, and instead of going B, C, D, E, they go point A, point F, like that. They're away over there. And you're like, oh, hang on, come back, because I know what you're saying, but if you follow it through, it might not work. So we've got to check, see if it works properly and see if their ideas are legitimate. But actually, it's funny that we'll come up with some things that might make you think. We'll just say that might make you think. So I'm going to be open-minded. I've been open-minded all the way through looking at it. I'm going to be open-minded. And because this came from a comment, Tesla Tower in plain sight, right? So we had Tesla Tower in plain sight as our comment. Let me just check my stream is rolling. Excellent. Way through looking at it. Yeah, stream's rolling. We're public. Okay. So we had a comment in the... And today... You know, if you want to make a comment in the chat, I'm going to make sure to put the chat window on the screen. Firefox. There it is, the chat window on the screen. So that if you chat in chat, it comes up on the screen. Make sure you say hello to me. Make sure you say where you're from. I'd love to know where people are from. I find that really interesting. Rings around the world. Or, well, Anyway, I'd like to know where everyone's from. So we had a comment in chat on Jade's video, but I didn't put the chat on the screen during that. So I can't remember exactly who said it. So I apologise profusely, because I like to bring people's name. You know, you commented this, so I'm making a video about it. If you know who you are, you know who you are. But I didn't put the chat on the screen, so I didn't see it in the edit. But someone made a comment about, what do they call it? We're talking about Jade's Blackpool Tower thing, and they said electromagnetic. Oh God, it was a 3-letter thing, and I was like, what? I think EMF, electromagnetic frequencies, and I was like, what? What's that? I don't know about that. I don't think that can work, but you know, but I might be proved a little bit wrong on some of these principles today. So I want to say, you know, thank you to the person that left the comment. I can't remember exactly who it was, but you know who you are. Leave another comment and I'll, you know, highlight you again. And in general, I do highlight the people who leave the comments that we turn into videos. I'm not doing a Martin Liedtke and leaving them by the wayside and just taking the information. Haha. Anyway, so that's what we're up to today. And because of that, I wanted to start off with a couple of comments. We've got a couple here. Key finder and Key finder said this. Hang on, I've talked to him on the phone. It's a bit weird, isn't it? Here it says Chris S commented it. Anyway, I read this morning. It's a huge comment. Look, a huge comment, like an actual huge comment. So I wanted to give it the respect it deserves and just give it a little reply. Just read this little comment and reply, and then we'll get into Nikola Tesla. So just got to find it on here now. Playlist, analytics, comments. Because I don't know how I'm going to reply to this in writing. So there's 2 really long comments here from... See, I don't know how to reply with a reply, because look how big they are. So I thought I'd reply to those. Web browsing. Reply to those with my voice here now, because I don't know how to write. Look at all of it. And then we'll get on to Nikola Tesla. One final point to make before we get on to that. Here's my big face. Look how I'm dressed. Check out my style. Check out my style. I've been accused by one rude person. Someone accused me of dressing age inappropriately on stream. So I've made the effort. Right, I've dug this out of the wardrobe. This is my fleecy Berg house underneath here. That's a fleecy Berg house. So outward bound, it should say, or something like that, didn't it? Fleece, you wear like an outward bound fleece, staying in the house, outward bound fleece. And I've got my tweed. This is tweed. I don't know if you can see the... It's like herringbone. It's not actual tweed, but it's like a herringbone. What's with these conspiracy theories in the long comments? I don't know, Nigel. It's quite a thing, isn't it? And I worry about it a little bit, because I know from my own experience of being on YouTube over the years that you leave a comment and it's just like spitting into the ether. Sometimes, you know, when you're sitting and you're writing, you know, you might be sitting having a cigarette like I do. Not naughty, not like me. Don't smoke cigarettes, they're naughty. But you know, you might be absent-mindedly just scrolling YouTube and watch the thing. You might start typing a comment, and quite often I look at the video, and if it's not within the first hour of the video being dropped, and if there's more than 100 comments, I think, fuck it. I mean, there's not more than 100 comments on my stuff, is there? But, and maybe I'm encouraging it by doing this, but I just think, fuck it, no one's ever going to see my comment. Like, and whoever, like, 1 like, 2 likes of a comment, what's the point? 10 years down the line, I'm not going to look back and say, God, I didn't leave that comment. So generally, I don't bother, but I would suggest for people on our channel, absolutely do, because we're a smaller, growing channel, so it's a chance to actually be heard and to be part of the conversation. You won't be lost in the slough. So they leave these longer comments, yeah, and like I said, I can't sit and reply to them, so I'm going to talk it through instead. And there's this, look at this. Look at this. This is like a herringbone. This actually, I'm going to take it off now, actually, because I'm getting a bit warm. But this actually is made, you'll be surprised, this is made by St. Michael. So I couldn't wear that if I was a Satanist. Saint Michael, and that's from Marks and Spencer's in the UK, but not Marks and Spencer's as is now. Marks and Spencer's in the past. Marks and Spencer's from the Flat Earth, from the Tartaria in the past. It's from a charity shop, and it's like my most retirement piece of clothing. So I thought, you know, since I'm old now, official, and I'm being accused of wearing age-inappropriate clothing. I thought I'd do what they want. I thought I'd just, I'd just do what they want, make them happy. It's only a fucking jacket. It doesn't matter. I'm wearing it fine. There we go. I'm dressed up like your granddad. And there was something else I wanted to bust out. I was waiting for Nigel to be in the chat before I said it, but it was something that came in my mind about 3 days ago. So now it's not in my mind anymore. Oh no, what is it? What was it? There was something that was like, I thought, well, that's right up Nigel Street. I'll save that. If it pops in my head again, I'll tell you. So let's do our first comment, and then we'll get on to Nikola Tesla, because Nikola Tesla's really interesting, and there's loads of stuff that I find, pushes my limits of my brain power. So I did the Super Nintendo Switch by mistake. Now I'm going to be out of sync. Oh no, don't be out of sync. Let's just see that on the delay. I did the Super Nintendo Switch by mistake. Now I'm going to be out of sync. I don't look too bad out of sync. Maybe don't be out of sync. Let's just see that on the... Oh, do you know what? That's what I was thinking about as well. I'll turn off my A7S quickly and turn it back on. Is 1 2 check 1 2. Is that the new setup? Because we're not on the new setup today. We're still on the old setup because I've got all these notes on this computer. But the new setup, do you know what? It's not even out of sync when you plug and play. Straight out the box, it's not even out of sync. There's a minuscule delay, but I don't have to mess with the settings on OBS. Still on the old setup because I've got all these notes on this computer. But the new setup, do you know what? It's not even out of sync when you plug and play. Straight out the box, it's not even out of sync. There's a minuscule delay, but I don't have to mess with the settings on OBS. Still on the old setup because I've got all these notes on this computer. But we're out of sync now, aren't we? I can't believe I've done that. I pressed the blank screen and then it's minuscule delay, but I don't have to mess with the settings on OBS. Still on the old setup because I've got all these notes on this computer. But we're out. I just think it's fucked. I can't believe I've done that. It makes me angry inside. Makes me like hot inside. Turn it off for longer than a second, okay? I'm not turning the actual camera off itself though, just the camera in the window here. And then when it comes back on, that's the speed dial, A7S. It does that, a little jump, and then I'm in. Oh, I was going to tell you something about that. So the new stream setup doesn't do this, which is great. And I also bought this. I don't know if you saw. Where's the box? Where's the box? There. I bought this. I finally pulled the plug. You plug it in at the wall, and now the camera's on forever. No batteries, no messing with batteries anymore. The camera is now on forever. I bought this. Yeah, we're back in sync now. Pulled the plug. Yeah. So the camera's no problem with the camera. It's on forever, except when we run 4K and it goes hot, and we might start to overheat. That's another thing to deal with in the future. But anyway, one thing at a time. Let's look at this comment. Let's get into our show. I've talked to JonLevi on the phone. This is not JonLevi, sorry, JonLevi. This is History is a Lie, 200 Fabricated Years. The comments on that. He's talked to JonLevi on the phone 4 or 5 times for many hours per call. Wow. He's a super cool guy. He only gave me the time of day because he wanted me to write a book about giants and give him half the money. After I said, how about a 40-60 split, he split and I never heard from him again. That doesn't sound that cool. Still, the calls were some of the best conversations I've ever had. I do find it hard to believe that JonLevi lives the way he says. He seems more educated than he does in his videos in person, on the phone. He's actually brilliant and super engaging, but something seems amiss with him. What I would say there is I would listen to your heart there. I'd listen to your instinct, which is that he sounds great and lovely on the phone, but something seems a bit off. It's probably because he's trying to twist you. It's probably because he's trying to work you, isn't he? He's trying to, be nice to your face and like butter you up and get something out of you. He's probably trying to, that's his angle, isn't it? That's what he does on the internet. He like presents a certain thing so that he can then get people to give him views or money or what have you. So, I don't know. He took my advice on his videos and I feel they're less interesting these days as a result. I think I gave him some bad advice. I find myself unable to watch the videos that get too philosophical and focus too much on him. I feel the same about Martin Liedtke. I've been through a lot myself in the past 7 years. Sorry to hear that. I'm lucky to be alive. Chuffing hell. 2 attempts on my life by, of all people, my girlfriends who wanted to get my valuable house. Chuffing hell. Chuffing hell. Cut them off. Cut them right out. It's hard with people like that because you fall for people, you get emotionally attached, and then they show themselves to be something else, and you're still emotionally attached to what you thought they were, or hoped they were, or really hope they will turn out to be. And you want to give them as much doubt and benefit of the doubt as you can because you really want it to work. But at some point, as you probably have, you have to just face the facts. face the facts. Like, they're chuffers. I'm sorry about that. 2 attempts on my life by, of all people, my girlfriends. It's a very sad business. Money makes people do awful things. That's what I'm saying about these people on the internet. And it attracts to awful people to start with. I touched my face then. It doesn't mean just means I've got a little, here I've got a little spot. Like a little end of a spot, and I'm self-conscious about it. So while I'm talking, I'm going to be doing this on my face all day. It doesn't mean I'm lying. Very sad business. Money makes people do awful things, and it attracts awful people to start with. Anyway, I'm trying to slog through your videos and get some interesting data. Oh, I'm not sure if I'm going to be providing interesting data. I might do today. I might provide some interesting information, but data, I'm not a scientist. I'm not a debunker. I'm not like the font of all knowledge. I'm a normal kind of person, and I can just give you some. I don't like common sense, because I think common sense can be wrong sometimes, but I can give you some informed ideas and just pipe up when I think I need to. But don't rely on me as the articulator with the greater data, because I rely on other people to provide my data, like scientists. And a scientist is a broad word for people like this hate, so I shouldn't say that. But, I rely on other people who are experts in their field. Anyway, he's trying to learn from me, or they are trying to learn from me. Fair enough. I'm finding it hard. And me. The bit about Friends show. Oh, this is where we talked about Friends and how Ross was a paleontologist and Phoebe doesn't believe him. The bit about the Friends show is interesting. I think it's possible that Jennifer Aniston was born male. It's possible, but not pertinent to what we were talking about. Not sure about the actress that plays Sophie. David Swimmer is one of the most annoying human beings I've ever tried to watch in a TV show. He's the quintessential character playing the ethnic type that he is supposed to be. I think he's supposed to be Jewish. I think he is Jewish. So I don't know what we're saying here. I'd be a bit careful about that if I were you. A cliche of a cliche. An Uber winner. An Uber whiner. To think I wasted time watching that show for, say, 10 shows back in the day. Time's never wasted, I think, as long as you can get something out of it. And you don't have to enjoy the thing you're doing to get something out of it often. Like, you've got some interesting thoughts out of that yourself there. So maybe time's never... Or actually, yeah, time can be wasted, can't it? We only get one run of this life. I don't know. It's just time passes. There's no... When you're dead, you're dead. I've no idea what I was thinking then. Anyway, I sense your show could go somewhere if you dig up your own cool data. Maybe I should. Maybe I should go out into my local town with my camera. I could show you some stuff. I'm going to keep watching your videos to see where they go. So far, I got bored after maybe 2 minutes when scanning 2 videos. Well, that's a shame. Please don't do that. You're going to ruin my view count. You're going to ruin my average view per click or something. If you open one of my videos, please just let the whole chuffing thing play. Probably put it on slow motion when you play it. No, if you've got a problem watching it and you're bored, maybe put it on 1.25 speed. You can do that with the speed options. Speed it up a bit, you might get through more of it. It's worse for my view count. It's worse for me, but it might be better for you. And what's with the big, huge, cumbersome headphones? Okay, so I bought these headphones. Sorry, just it was the thing you wanted to tell me about the screen output of the Mac with the lack of audio. Oh, it might have been that, yeah. That's probably it, Nigel, yeah. We had a right chuff for trying to do that. I tried to plug the Mac HDMI into the HDMI input of my new Galvani Pro. Tried to do that, and it was just like not having any sound. That was one of the worst afternoons of my life. I tried to work that out, couldn't get anywhere, had to leave it alone. And then I had to broadcast. Yeah, I didn't enjoy messing with that. And maybe we never fix that as well. But yeah, we're pushing forward. And talking of gear, the headphones. Yeah, I bought these headphones when I started making ASMR. I was going to make music. So I bought what I thought were a really good set of studio headphones. And they are. They've got a really nice dynamic range. And you can actually adjust the amount of bass that they pump. So you can listen to something sounding a little more like people normally hear it. And a little more like people with the massive bass headphones hear it. So you can hear both things. Nice, a very good dynamic range in the Bear Dynamic Custom Pro. But they don't make them anymore. And so it became a sort of look. I always wore them in all my videos. And I made this ASMR channel on a different... on YouTube, I made an ASMR channel. I didn't end up doing the music as much. Long story short, every video I've ever done, I'm wearing these headphones. Apart from 1 or 2 of our streams when we had a problem with them. But every video I've ever done, I'm wearing these headphones. So that's kind of part of my look. And my ears are quite small, but the headphones are big. So the headphones make it look like I've got quite chunky ears. But actually, in real life, I've got quite little ears. So I like the illusion of having big. No, the reason I want them so big is because they cover all of my ears. The sponginess in this padding is gone a bit now, but basically the idea is they make a good seal over your ears. You don't hear. You might notice here is covered. These are called closed back headphones. I don't want to hear all the rubbish noise from the world. I just want to hear what's going on in my headphones. Hello, Squirrel Sniper. First time in the chat. It's nice to have you here, Squirrel Sniper. You're a long-time supporter of Martin, I hear from what you've been telling me. And I'm really happy to have you here. Today we're doing Tesla and ideas about Tesla. We're just going to look at a couple of comments first and then get into it. Tell you what I'm not doing today. We're not having any arguments about any of these funny ideas. It's absolutely fine for you to pump them out in the comments. I'll look at them. I'll think about them. But I'm not going to spend half an hour arguing back and forth. I just hope we can find something in common, some common ground to move forward with. But out of all the people that have been commenting and supporting Martin over the years, you're one of the ones that interest me the most. I was thinking maybe we should do a show where you're invited either through Discord or Zoom, or if you don't want to chat like that, just through chat, to have a good chat about it all, because I think you've got more insight than most because you've been following it all for a long time. So it's good to have you here. I'm just reading a different comment here that was quite big. I got it this morning, and then we're going to do a bit about Tesla. Of course, time and place, yeah, no worries. So maybe we'll cue that up for the future. I'll put it on the notepad of 1,000,001 things to do. So yeah, I wear these big cumbersome headphones. Am I trying to look like a DJ? No, but I am a DJ. I can do 3 decks. I've got Technics decks. They're upstairs. I'm a really good drum and bass DJ. But DJing is universal skill. Once you can beat match, once you can take one record and a second record and find the time signature and find the difference in the BPM very quickly with these big headphones, I can slip it in like. Well, I'm not going to say what it slips in like. And I'm pretty shit hot at the old DJing, to be honest. Blowing my own trumpet a bit there, but I am. So I'm not trying to look like a DJ. I just am a DJ, just like I'm an MC. Built to last. Went up on the mic and I check fast. Pick up the pace, maybe. Oh, that's me all over. Do I smoke weed and do my shows high? Yes. Yes, I'm not going to show you on stream because I'm not promoting it. I don't think young people watching this want to get the wrong idea. But over the years, I picked up a couple of habits. One of them is smoking. And sometimes I do smoke weed and I wouldn't say high. High is a funny word. When you get to my age and when you've smoked as much as I have, it's more of like a sort of relaxing, happy medium. I don't want to be blasted off my nut. Certainly not for being on the internet. So no, I don't do my shows high. Not high. But I have done shows before where I've been a bit more high and having a bit more fun. It depends what kind of show we do. But it's no biggie that. It's no real biggie. Is that the deal with your channel name? My channel name was, when you're like 14 or 15, you pick your gamer tag for the first time. And then when you grow up, you look back and think, fuck, my Twitch channel's called Ganji Kid. And it's going to be like that forever now because whatever. So I just carried on with it. It's just my gamer tag. But no, it's not a good name really. I would consider changing it. That's why we've been using Gravekipper. That's why we've been having the word Gravekipper kicking around every now and then. Where's that? Not that. Not that. That, Gravekipper. I was thinking of changing the name to Gravekipper. Or, you have these cool gamer tag names. But really my name's Scott, isn't it? So I'm not that cool. So each channel has its own unique name. I found with Ganji Kid, it's been there. I've had this channel for years. I used to put Mario Maker videos on it. And at least it's unique. So people can type it in and find it. If so, that's not helping. Okay, maybe that's a good point. I'll listen to that. I might change the name. Hang in there and dig up some cool shite. I might do. You can do it. Find something that's interesting to watch. I know you have it in you to do that. Hopefully today will be that. Hopefully today Tesla's stuff would be interesting. I could think you just record the film without needing to stream it. Maybe, yeah, maybe. Oh, record audio and video separately. That's an idea. Yeah, we'll get to something. 369, Tesla's quote about understanding the importance of these numbers. Okay, we'll have a look at that as well. We'll try and have a look at that. Nice to meet you, Nathan. Nice to meet you. Yeah, so, okay, we're all happy. And then there's another bit of a long comment here, so I'll give this the respect it deserves because it really is long. But then we're going to get on and look at Tesla. Who's paying you? This is on The Confusing World of Martin Liedtke. Who is paying you to disparage Liedtke? Well, at times when I feel he's being hard done by, I take his side. And at times where I feel he's being a bit of a chuffer, I sort of point it out. No one's paying me other than the tippies and the chippies. I don't get any advertising money. I'm not big enough on YouTube yet on this channel. I'm not making a lot of money through this. I've got subscribers that have been with me before this whole conspiracy stuff started being covered on the channel, and they're subscribing on Twitch, and they help me through Patreon. Nigel's one of those. Snippies, capital K, Nathan. There's people who support my ASMR content like Tree, and they just support me just by being friendly and watching, and have been there for a long time throughout our YouTube career. So, you know, I consider them supporters even if they're not financially chucking me loads of money. And Tree gave me some work before, some editing jobs. So that's how I make my money. I don't make a lot of money at the moment. Universal Credit is no longer giving me money. I've used up my grace period or whatever they give you. So the government doesn't give me any money. I'm not making enough to consider myself... like I live a bit of a subsistence economy lifestyle. I get my clothes from the charity shops. I get my food on the extra value. And... I can just about afford the basics, and I consider smoking weed a bit of a basic, so don't get on my case about that. Everyone's got to have their one thing, haven't they? I don't drink alcohol. I gave all that up. So no one pays me. I wish they chuffing would. But if they paid me to disparage Martin, I wouldn't take their money, because this is a really important point, Keyfinder. I'm vegan. I'm not trying to push it down your throat. It is part of my vegan card. I have to mention it all the time. But I'm vegan, and the reason that informs my the reason I'm mentioning that is because it informs my ethical choices on other things. So I'm a bit of a videographer. I make films, I make videos. I don't do that because at the moment we've had a COVID for the last couple of years. I couldn't go out, so I just stayed at home and cared for my nan. I was a carer for a couple of years instead, and then my nan died. That was sad. Anyway, I can go out and make video jobs, do video work, but in the video world, some people are chuffers. You know, the butcher might want to hire me. I used to be a hairdresser, and a shampoo company wanted me to audition. Tresemme, I don't know if you've heard of Tresemme. They wanted me to audition for their adverts. And I said, no thanks, because you test on animals, so I just can't work with you. That was back then. Now I'm vegan, it's even harder. You know, if Coca-Cola want me to do a little video for them, I'm like, well, you know, Coca-Cola are part of the economy of shame, and you've killed a load of people in Mexico and the Southern Americas in pursuit of your cheap cola. So I'm just not into that. You pollute water. I can't work with you. So I've got this problem in my life, which is my ethics preclude me from interacting with society on a constructive level quite often. You know, I'm one of those that would rather protest than fill up my car. So it's difficult. I do fill up my car. I do go to Tesco's. I am a normal person, but my ethics mean that quite often I mean, I'm just not the sort of person that goes out and, you know, Wall Street, I'm not the Wolf of Wall Street. I just can't do that. If I could do that and be rich, fine, but I can't, so I'm not. I'm relatively poor. Martin's been through a lot. His wife died recently. Yeah, I know. I thought that was terrible. The guy's making vids with some amazing data that he digs up. I don't know about data. He shows me a lot of photographs and conjecture. Yeah, he often goes too far, but perhaps who cares, I guess. The slides alone are worth a zillion words. I dispute that as well. I don't know if they are worth much. You seem to me like you're being paid to do this hit piece. Again, I'm not a flat earther myself, but I still enjoy hearing alternative views. Yeah, I agree, but sometimes I think they go a bit far and I worry about them. God knows we get the mainstream jammed down our gullets every day. Yes, but I find that a bit troubling as well, because I also think with the breadth and diversity we have on the media platforms offered us now, we get a lot less mainstream jammed down our gullets. It's not 3 channels anymore. It's like 103, isn't it? So what we're doing here is not the mainstream. We're like well away from it. We're on YouTube. YouTube's the mainstream, but the individual content creators, me, I'm like swimming in a different river, mate. Like there's the mainstream. I'm streamed my way well off. I'm off down a chuffing site. I might even be up a polluted pipe. I don't know. I'm well off from the mainstream. I always have been. I've always been the kid with the piercings and the face tattoos. I don't have face tattoos, but you know what I mean. I shaved a Mohican when I was 14 so that school would understand. I've always been non-mainstream myself, so I get that. If you say you doubt the veracity of outer space and planets going around a solar system sun, most people flip out. That's enough to give me pause. Yeah, I'd believe in space, I guess. I've never been there, but I mean, most blokes will go apeshit if you propose such an idea. More if you say you don't believe in God to a devout Christian. It is kind of religious, isn't it? I think that is a good point. It's super weird and it makes me curious enough to get, well, curiouser. I don't know Martin Liedtke, and I find his histrionics tiresome at times, but I still feel he's a stand-up guy doing some amazing research. Again, I question that. I just think the amazing research part and the stand-up guy, I don't know if he's a stand-up guy. He seems nice to me. Quite often he seems nice, but then quite often he seems worrisome. And the amazing research bit, I just... like, we have a different standard. I'm not a scientist, I don't work in that field, but in general society we have a different standard when it comes to research, and the validity, the repeatability, the transparency, the ability to reference, all that's missing. Quite a lot of it is just photographs or wandering around, and here's a thing, and there's an idea, and here's an idea, and there's an idea, and it's a lot less structured than proper research. My hat's off to him, and it's tight on in regards to this hit piece you've done. He doesn't like the fact I'm dissing Martin on that. All I was doing in that was I played his videos for the first time ever seen them, and I reacted, essentially. I'd like to see you do better than Martin Liedtke. If you come, thank you, if you even come within 10% of his amazing videos and commentary, when it doesn't go off track or focus too much on himself, I'll subscribe and be a loyal viewer of yours. Thanks. Until that day, you remind me of why the super rich fucks who rule this earth are able to keep a choke chain around everyone else. And that I find really funny, because what's happening here is people who think they're alternative are actually being manipulated by the super rich. These people are being manipulated by the super rich. They're following all the fake news and all the rubbish that are pumped out by the super rich, who are trying to keep them confused. I've seen through it a long time ago. I did this anti-society thing when I was like in my teenage years. So by now I've come so far, I know which beats are important to keep hold of and which battles I really can't fight. For example, I'm on YouTube. YouTube's a part of Google. Hello, I'm using a monitor. It's a big telly that I bought from a company. Hello, I go to Tesco. Hello, but fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Yes, I know my enemies. They're the teachers who taught me to fight me. Conformity, compromise. You know, I understand these things more so than the average person. I lived through Rage Against the Machine writing new music. They don't do that anymore. You know, I lived through it. I was able to perceive the echoes of the hippie culture, the Helter Skelter, the the Charles Mansons, the way it fell apart. I understand what the beatniks were trying to achieve. And now we have a new era. I was Generation X. I took ecstasy. I went clubbing. When I say clubbing, I mean raving. I tried chemical drugs that the authorities told me would swell up my brain and kill me. And they didn't kill me. And that's not me saying you should take ecstasy. That was my experience at that time. I've been so far away from the mainstream and keeping the choke chain. I'm the person that did the graffiti on the walls. You know, I'm the person that did the graffiti. I'll happily say it. So I'm not those things that you accuse me of there. But you haven't met me. You don't know me. You've seen a little bit of a video of mine on the internet. So if in the long run, if you discover that I am more, you know, if we have more in common, I'd like to remind you that I'm not the super fucks. I'm far from the super rich. You know, my MP's the super rich. And they're the people we should be fighting. But instead of us all getting together to take down the super rich, we're all confused about which building was born in which year and whether there was a mud flood. All that rubbish divides and makes us easier to rule. It's the people in charge that we should be, you know, taking down as a strong, unified group. So I would critique what you've written there and say, actually, it's Martin and all those funny ideas that the super rich are laughing at. That helps them keep a choke chain. A lack of education prevents the rise of the nation. If you want the nation to rise, you need to educate the nation. You know, you hear what I'm saying there? Where my braves at? We offered the king a Cadillac. He won't settle for that. He wants his land back. And I kind of feel him. You've been caught stealing. It's time to deal with him. I can't feel for him. So where my braves at? Been scattered around the map like ashes while the world eats do the dishes. Now it's my turn to make their wishes come true. Black lives matter, but they don't matter to you. Well, I'm a soothsayer. I can see the future. They all feed off my body like vultures. Call me roots and culture in the media. Black lives matter, but they don't matter to you. Well, I'm a soothsayer. I can see the truth. Even when the bads masquerade trade as goods paid for the messages displayed in your neighborhoods. I can see disguises. I recognize lies like a polygraph. So do the mathematics. They're trying to divide the working classes by making us hate the masses when we should hate the masters. Well, in the mirror, I'm a fucking transformer. So now a leader. Join the struggle. Brothers and sisters with your body doubles getting slaughtered. It's time to stand up for your sons and daughters. So where my braves at? You know, I'm put up your shields, engage spin deflectors. You know, I'm these things. I'm the power that can fight the power, you know. Put up your shields, engage spin deflectors. I can see disguises, hear lies like a detector. I'm smoking, the thing will start beeping. I'm not black, but the feds will still beat me like Phil Collins. I got them shaking. I told you I was dark like Vader in the making. Anakin damaging reputation of imperial establishment, establishing new management. Try me, I'm a lyrical man, true Jedi. Green to get high like Ben Kenobi. Save me, they cry. I got the flow like Shinobi, like Sayo from the Emerald Isle. A purple haze call me a voodoo child. I've come of age, is it time to fight and get wild? Well, in the Wild West, they're a cowboy, son. Put down your Pokemon and grab a gun, son. That's how the West was won, but now your actions can be verbal, legal, influential. If you want the nation to rise, you need to make sure... Oh, whoa, I lost my train of thought. Okay, sorry, I just got a little bit off there. I just went a little bit off. That's one of my tracks. It's called Braves. I wrote it. So I'm not, you know, I'm not the, damn the man, save the empire. Damn the man. You know, that's me. I find it really strange that people might get the wrong impression of me on the internet. Conformity, compromise, hypocrisy, all of which are American dreams. Anyway, so that's our little comment. That's our little comment. We're all good in the comments, okay? And we're gonna have a look at Nikola Tesla now. Nikola Tesla. So, where to start with Nikola Tesla, eh? Where to start with Nikola Tesla? Where to start with Nikola Tesla? Good old Nikola Tesla. So Nikola Tesla was born... Oh shit, I don't know exactly when he was born. I'm not allowed to use Wikipedia, am I? I don't know exactly when he was born. The only way I've got of verifying or like working out when he was born was looking on the chuffing internet, really. And, you know, I don't know if we're allowed to do that. So, but I think we are. Because I've seen some of these Tartarians using, that's Edison there. I've seen some Tartarians using Google and Google Earth. So maybe we are allowed to do that. I don't know. I don't know. Thanks, Nigel. It was impressive. It's not, it wasn't impressive because I fucked it up at the end. And the second verse petered out into nothing. The first verse is about Sitting Bull. Well, you know, I say, where my braves at, offer the king a Cadillac. He won't settle for that. He wants his land back. But you've been caught stealing. It's time to feel for him. I can't feel. That bit is about Sitting Bull. When the settlers arrived in the Americas, they got Sitting Bull, the head of the Indians. They gave him an actual car. Eventually, they gave him a Cadillac car one day. And they were like, you know, have this. Aren't we nice? You don't want a fucking Cadillac. He wants his land back. Anyway. Right, so I just do rapping. I'm just a rapper. I talk no crap. If you want to chat, we can chat. I've been MC built to last. Went up on a mic and I check fast. I'm in the raves. I'm drum and bass. I'm head down. I'm like, I play the guitar. I write music. I'm a punk. I've got a Mohican. Like, inside my soul, that's who I am and have been all my life. But I've had to, you know, hide that away because no one wants to hear it. No one wants to hear it. I've had to get my A-levels and go to university because no one wants to fucking hear it. I've had to, you know, I played little gigs. I've been a DJ in a club. I played little gigs. No one gives a fuck. They're all fucked. Everyone's on drugs. They're all fucked. No one cares. I've put my tunes on SoundCloud. Unless you've got a you know, promoter and a hype man, and you're out there pushing it and you're pushing your flyers and being cool and dressing properly, then no one gives a fuck. So like, what do I care? No one has to give a fuck. I just do it because I have it in my soul and it's inside me, and I can't not do it. So no one's ever heard Braves before because it's on my computer, and no one's ever going to get to hear it unless I release it. But it doesn't matter. Anyway, Nikola Tesla. Right, Nikola Tesla. So Nikola Tesla has got a really interesting story. He's got a really interesting story. Let me get my notes out. My notes are really just a series of websites. So I want to watch this one first from The Economist. Because Nikola Tesla, okay, bottom line, I want to give you a bit of, oh, thanks, Angie, 1856. A bottom line, I want to give you a rough, what happened to Tesla. And then I want to tell you what the free energy, flat earth, Tartarian people are suggesting, and then show you where the ideas cross over and what's right and wrong about it. So this chuffer was born 1856. He was born in Serbia, and he was born to a really interesting pair of parents. His mum actually was the one who was the inventor and the great mind, but in that time you couldn't really push yourself forward as a lady, so she was a little bit pushed back maybe by society. She felt that, at least she felt it enough to say, Nikola, like, you go on and do something with your life. Like, I can't, I'm a lady. She gave him this sense of wanting to, he wanted to be this inventor. He found, when he was about 14, he went to school and he found this kinship, this love of electricity. And he also said that he had this fantastic mind. He was a bit of one of those beautiful mind sort of people. He said he had this fantastic mind where he could remember things in pictures. He could keep pictures in his mind. And electricity, he would see visions and flashes of ideas to do with electricity, like, wiring systems or whatever, ideas. And he'd see them in visions and flashes. And then he would go into school or the laboratory or whatever, and he'd put these things into action, and they'd like So he was a bit of a genius in that sense. But also, and you've got to remember about Tesla, you've got to accept this and remember this. I'm not going to dig up, again, I'm going to have things playing in the background. I'm going to show you a few clips from other YouTube stuff. Go and research it yourself if you want. Don't take my word for it. But I'm going to assert things, and I'm not going to give you the reference points. And I'm not a fucking, I'm not the Oxford English Tesla authority. I'm just telling you what I found out, okay? So, he had a bit of a loop side. Like we all do, maybe, don't we? We all do a bit. We had a little bit of a loop side. Sham 69, when the kids united, exactly. When the kids united, exactly, yes. Stay punk, exactly. Stay punk. The problem is, when you grow up, you can't stay punk. Well, at least I discovered, I'll tell you something, I'm going to quickly divert for this. We're going to carry on talking Tesla and his mind in a second, but I just want to give you a quick diversion on this point about the mind as well, which is a big face moment, is I learned that having piercings in my nose, in my lips, in my eyebrow, because I had the piercing in my lip and all that, and having the Mohican and dressing a certain way, I learned that was being sold to me by the same capitalists, by the same consumer bullshit market that I was actually angry about. I learned that my Metallica t-shirt was essentially a fucking Big Mac. I learned that, and I was like, fuck this then. I don't want to buy your things from your shops just because you're an alternative shop. Like, look at these hippie dippies that are into all this, Martin Liedtke stuff. If you're going into a fucking high street shop and you're buying something from a high street shop that was made in a factory in some sweatshop somewhere, it don't matter if it's tie-dyed, it's still a fucking, Marks and Spencer jacket, isn't it? So, fuck that. I just hated it all. That's why I shop in charity shops now, because I don't want to pay into the economy of shame. But when I discovered that, I thought, right, fuck this then. I'm taking out my piercings. No one's going to know who I am just by looking at me. No one's going to get their judgment just by looking at me. I'm going to go under the radar. Punk is an inner vibe. Punk is doing what the fuck you want when you want. Don't step on the grass. Fucking, I'll kick that sign off. You fucked your sign off now. Step wherever the fuck I want, mate. Stay off this part of the beach, right? I've kicked that sign over and thrown it in the sea. I'll go wherever the fuck I want in the beach, mate. You're not controlling me. That's punk, And Greenpeace work, like protesting, saying, fuck you, Boris Johnson. I think we should be allowed to have loud noises at our protests. The police bill that they just put through, the House of Lords had to shoot it down. We should have been out in the streets about that. Protesting. Veganism. Fuck you, I'm not going to just eat the shit that you tell me. I'm not going to eat those processed burger shits because you tell me. Fuck that. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look into my heart and I'm going to be true to myself. That's punk. It's not a padlock. It's not a safety pin. It's not a haircut. I'm going to look into my heart and I'm going to be true to myself. And like, it's also about this reactivity, this almost like electroconductive reactivity between someone trying to hold you down. If you're going to put your boot in my face, I'm going to lace up my fucking boots and I'm going to stand up, and we'll see where that goes. That's punk. It's about not being held down and showing. I appreciate that in the break wave, it was kind of important to show society, look, you're all dressing like that because you're told to. You're all doing this because you're told to. Right, fuck it. I've ripped it. I've done a thing. Now fuck you. Now what? Oh, you like that nice hairdo? You like your nice hairdo with your nice bob? Right, I've shaved a chunk out. Now what? Now what? Deal with me now. Because inside I'm a real human being. It's not a haircut and it's not a jacket. That's why we're tearing them up and shaving our heads. So the next step in that, the neo-punk, the modern punk, is me wearing a fucking Marks and Spencer old man's blazer that I got from a charity shop because fuck you can't tell me how to dress. You know, I'm still punk. I'm punking the things I do and the things I think and the way I behave. And that doesn't mean spitting on people or kicking them. Punks are the most generous people in society. They will always help someone vulnerable. They'll always stand up for someone who's vulnerable. You know, punks abhor violence for violence sake as just, you know, let's have fun and smash something. Punks will destroy the system until everything falls and burns. But once it's fallen and burned, they'll help you up and they'll pick you up because you're human beings. You know, punks. Yeah, punks. I'm a punk. Anyway, Nikola Tesla was a bit of a punk, web browsing. He had these funny ideas though, right? So going back to Nikola Tesla, he had some very funny ideas. And you have to accept it. It can't be argued because it's gone down in history now. The people that surrounded him, you know, we're at a point where you've got photographs and you've got testimonies and recordings. He himself has been recorded speaking. So, you know, this isn't come out of the air, the ether, but he had some funny ideas. One of his funnier ideas as he got older, he's one of these beautiful mind people. One of his funny ideas as he got older was that he could communicate with birds telepathically. And he believed that he had this one bird, this white pigeon, that was his special friend. And he would go to the park in New York, whatever it's called, and feed the pigeons. And then this one pigeon, it was special to him, so he thought that he could call it over with his mind, not with his voice, and that it would land on his hand and all, whatever. He had a friend that was a pigeon, right? And if you believe you can mentally communicate with pigeons, that's fine. Tesla did. He thought that. So some of us don't think that's that, you know. There were some other quite, you know, what the fuck things that he thought and said sometimes, because he was on this borderline of, they wouldn't have been able to name it bipolar back then, but he would have been today quite probably diagnosed as bipolar. He would have manic episodes where he would work for 16 hours, 18 hours a day. He said he only needed 2 hours sleep. You know, I don't know many people who only need 2 hours sleep. And then he would also have the other side of it. He'd have the depression and the crashes, and he wasn't always as prolific. And that made him difficult to deal with sometimes. Throughout his career, he had conflict. All the way along, he had conflict with the people he worked with, the people he was supposed to be on side with. And it left him, instead of having the success from his inventions and stuff, people ripped him off a bit. They, you know, did whatever. It left him in a bit of a shit place. So whilst in history we look back and say, what a great thing Tesla did. He discovered this, he realised that, and he pushed this idea, and now we use this and that, which we're going to look at. We're going to look at that. But you have to remember that his life wasn't all fun and games and roses. He certainly didn't enjoy everything. And a lot of the time, his own mental health and his own, something that these days we would have more of a toolkit to understand and deal with, he was just left alone with to just, you know, struggle through in these more nascent stages of modern civilization. You know, they're quite modern. They had a lot of modern stuff, but the modern thinking hadn't kicked in yet. There was still a lot of oldie, you know, prejudice thinking. So I think he had a difficult life in ways. I think he had a difficult life. And so it's important to remember when we look at some of his ideas that he used to have a pigeon that he thought he could telecommunicate with, because some of his ideas allude to things. They're suggestions, they're notes in a notebook. And we don't have all, some of his ideas were published and we look at them and say, that works, that's real, that works. And some of his ideas weren't published, were just like little notes or quotes. And we can say, oh, well, I don't know about that. That sounds a little bit far-fetched. The guy was in with the pigeons. This might be a pigeon's idea. Or it might be the future of free power that we are being hidden away from. Who knows? But if it sounds more loopy than real, I personally put it in the pigeons box. And I say, well, the reason he didn't publish that one and the reason he didn't write a big paper on it and show it working was because it was a pigeon's idea, it was a bit loopy and it never worked. That's the way I think. But we can look at these ideas today and you can make your own fucking mind up. I don't care. Okay, so that's a little note on who Tesla is. He went from Serbia. He was born into this family of inventors. He went from Serbia to America. And the reason he went to America... Right, I'm going to cheat this one. I'm really not supposed to do this. But I'm enjoying myself, so I might do this. I'm not allowed to smoke. I'm not allowed to smoke in the weekdays in the house. It's just not on. But if I feel like it, if I feel like I feel fancy it, I might just have a little quick puff of a chuff. Because I'm getting in my flow and like, I don't know. So I've opened the window now anyway in preparation of being naughty. You see what I mean? I'm a punk. I can't, even my own house rules that I set down, I cannot adhere to. Anyway. Oh look, John Lydon's the primary carer for his wife. Yeah, you see, good people. God save the Queen. So Tesla went to America. Why did he go to America? He was interested in electricity, wasn't he? He'd been doing his inventing and his electricity stuff. And there was another fella. It wasn't just one fella. There were loads of them. Now, at this juncture, I want to show you some videos that I've been watching because I've been doing my research. It's not research. It's just the videos you've watched on YouTube. Yeah, I know. I know. But there's one really good video that... Here, the crash course in electricity. This is one of my favourite people on YouTube, and it is a really good video. So you don't have to believe anything they say, but it kind of like sets the scene for us. And I don't know, you know, I believe what they say, but you know, I think they're verifiable, cross-referenceable things. But we're going to look at that in just a second. What I just wanted to say was that Tesla had gone to America. One of his mates had written a letter to Edison and said, "Do you want to hear about this Tesla, man? Edison, mate, this Tesla's the shit. He knows what's going on. Get Tesla in your laboratory and start work." Because Edison was working on electricity. Because Faraday had been working on electricity. There were other people out there before Tesla. Tesla was born into a world where electricity was the new shit-hot phenomenon. Right? A bit like we all talk about quantum physics these days or something. You know, he was born into a world where electricity was like, ooh, a bit of an unknown, but a shit-hot, interesting phenomenon. We knew a bit about it already, but we're just starting to unlock the secrets maybe. So he's like well into it, and then he's gone to America. Edison's there, and him and Edison are working together, and he's like, "Edison, I've got these ideas." And Edison's like, "Do you know what, Tesla? Fuck your ideas, right? I'm running a business here, and I'm trying to pump my direct current out. So can you help me make these fucking generators and get on with your job?" Right? And Tesla's been like, "Right, fuck you then. I'll do it on my own." They've had a falling out. And up to that point, we haven't learned a lot about electricity. So I think we need to have a little look about where electricity and what and all that. So here we go with the copyright to get my channel now copyright strikes. Let's start with this. I don't want your adverts. That's another thing. I hate marketing and advertising. And anyone who knows me and my work will know that I've had a real personal struggle with conflict of marketing on YouTube, and eventually I've lost the fight because YouTubers put adverts on my videos even if I don't monetize them, and they won't show my videos to people if I don't monetize them. And I'm not monetized on this channel, it's a new channel, but my old channels I was talking about. So that goes in my punk bucket as well. All these adverts that come up, I hate it. I just see it as manipulation. I don't need to buy their shit because they've got enough money to pump it down my throat, do I? In fact, if you're spending money on an advert like that, I'm less likely to buy your stuff because I think you're an unethical piece of shit, that you're prepared to try and manipulate me. If your advert was just 30 seconds of showing me where you've spent the money in a positive way, here's the advertising budget. It's £2.5 million. Instead of making an advert, you've just got me and some photographs of us giving the money to Africans who can't eat. You just got me and some photographs of people in Syria being protected from the war because of the money we spent. That would be a better advert for me than, oh, look, here's a sophisticated media piece to try and convince you to do our thing. Fuck off. Anyway, this is a crash course in electricity. And this guy on complexity is a really good teacher in this sort of way. So...
Like thermodynamics, the history of electrical physics has its roots in lots of pre-industrial questions that all converged in the 19th century. These questions became a research paradigm driven by a whole crew of researchers, and they led to a power system that reshaped the world.
So we're saying 1800s, that's 19th century. So that's this sort of time. Tesla is, hang on, 20th... I'll just get this confirmed because I always get confused with this because it is confusing, isn't it? They used the wrong number for the number of centuries. So if I'm doing 1800s, it's either the 17th or the 19th century. And I think it's the 19th. 1800s is 18th century. 18th century is 17 to 18. So the 19th century will be 18 to 19. Yeah, okay. So we're in the 19th century. We're in the 1800s. I have heard of Ken Wheeler. Ken Wheeler's on my notes, Squirrel Sniper. We're going to hopefully look at him at the end of the episode because I think he is in the ballpark of the end part of this. But I watched so much of Ken's stuff because I'm a photographer and videographer. So he's helped me choose lenses. I used to have a Nikon camera, and then there's this overlap, like many of these channels that seem to have two things. Like our channel a bit as variety, but I'm hoping just for it to be variety, not Genshin and conspiracy. But like Ken, I found, we'll talk about him at the end, but I found what he does is he says enough words to the point where I lose track. And I'm quite smart, so I can follow him on the photography. I understand what he's talking about with lenses and aperture. But when he starts going on about the magnetic dielectric and the counter space and the relationship between the counter space and the magnetic dielectric and all that, it gets a bit... I want to pause the video and look up the words one by one. And sometimes when I do that, I find they don't fit together. Like dielectric means something that's not electrically... like a piece of glass can be dielectric because if you put electricity on one side and electricity on the other, it don't just flow through the glass. Dielectric means something that's like electrically insulated, but not purely insulated. It can still have, we're going to talk about this later, so I've had to do all this learning. You can still have electrons pick up a charge, so you can use it in a capacitor, I think they're called. So now it gets so big that my brain starts to fall out my ears, and I think what he does is he says so much like that you start to lose it and just think, oh, he must be making sense because I've lost track here. Do you know what I mean? And if you really want to find out, you kind of have to buy his book to see if he's talking sense. And once he sold you the book, he's won. That's it. All he wants to do is sell those books. They're nonsense books that he's typed in 10 minutes. But if you can get somebody to say, you know, here's $5 for a book, then he's won. If you make videos on the internet, they really should be an advert for your marketing of your... Do you know what I mean? I shouldn't be doing these videos just to talk and generate an audience. What I should be doing, which I don't like to do, is to twist that audience to buy something, because then I'm making more money. That's the whole shindig with a lot of this stuff on YouTube, and it's because YouTube taught them to do it. YouTube's got a whole channel on how to be a content creator and maximize your income by using your audience, because they want you to do it. So, you know, I find all that ugly, very ugly, and I just worry about Ken, because if I can't follow it, and I'm not stupid, then maybe he's trying to con people. So we will look at that later, yeah.
Time to get tinkly.
Right. What we were saying, though, is that we're in the same time frame here as Nikola Tesla. He's been born at the end of the 1800s, Nikola Tesla. He's coming into the 1900s. So he said that this century, 100 years before Tesla, they've all been messing with electricity. They've all been trying to figure shit out. And he's been born into that world. So we're going to get a bit of a crash course about the world he's born into and the thing he's interested in.
For a long time, people knew that lightning was the powerful release of energy caused by two clouds who are in love and make a cloud baby. But that's hard to study. Much easier to study with static electricity, or the electrical charge produced by stationary friction. It waits for you to pet your cat, and then it shocks you. But for centuries, natural philosophers didn't really have any good ideas for how to more deeply understand this phenomenon. For one, they had no concept of current, or electricity as a flow of electrical charge.
So what happened was, and this is going back to pre-Socratic Greece, I think it's Greece, pre-Socratic Greece, there was a fella and he rubbed like an animal fur and he got static electric shocks. So they knew it happened since the Greeks, but we can't really figure shit out until we get a bit more science around us to work it out with. So that's where we're at with that.
Current can happen either through the movement of negatively charged subatomic...
This is a bit complicated, right? But what it's basically saying, and I should have got more pictures for this, is that the way electricity is transferred is, you know, you've got your atoms, your molecules, everything's made of them, maybe. Everything's made of them. And you've got a nucleus in the middle, the nucleus. This is going back to my high school chemistry. You've got a nucleus in the middle, and then surrounding it, you've got... you've got protons, neutrons, and electrons. Yeah? The electrons go around the outside, and the protons and the neutrons are in the middle. And the number of electrons that you have denotes what kind of atom you are. So these are flying around the outside. It doesn't sound exactly logical to suggest that one of those could fly off. and move somewhere else. Those electrons moving around. But when you have, say, for example, copper, when you have something like a metal, like this isn't copper, this is just a metal lighter, but those particles in the metal, they can have what's called free electrons that are able to move around a bit. Now, under normal circumstances, copper, its free electrons are just moving back and forth randomly. They're not all going in the same way. So it doesn't produce any sort of electric, what we'd call charge or current. It has potential electric energy, but those free electrons are just bouncing back and forth. It's staying as copper. It's not changing into a different substance. But those free electrons, when they interact with oxygen, then they can oxidize the copper. It can change its. That's how free electrons become oxidized. Anyway, it gets complicated. It's chemistry. But when you have a wire, if you can push those electrons around, instead of them all moving in random directions, if you can push them all in the same direction or pull them or whatever, if you can get them moving in the same direction, suddenly you have like this is electrons, electricity. You have a power, an energy that's being generated, and you can harness that, and that's electricity. So it's often worth thinking of it a bit like a bike chain. And it sounds a bit silly, but instead of thinking about these electrons moving around this system, imagine like the electrons themselves make up a chain of like a bike chain. If you force that bike chain round, when I start moving the bike chain at this end, the other end moves at exactly the same time. The whole system starts circuit. So you create this bike chain effect, and that's direct current, essentially. It's pushing those electrons around in a straight line, pushing them around, direct current. And we're going to go on to find out how to create that in a little bit. So that's the basis of electricity as far as I understand it. You can argue, you can debate, you can look into it yourself, but, this is my show and what I've learned. So, we can debate that maybe, but I don't think we should. I think that sounds about right, unless we get into quantum physics and things that go a bit beyond me.
Particles called electrons through wires, or by the movement of charged molecules called ions. And these people didn't know either of those things existed. Secondly, the relationship between electricity and magnetism, which are intimately linked, was a mystery. And third, a lot of experimentation into these phenomena basically amounted to weird.
Now, note that he just said the electricity and magnetism is linked, but they didn't know it then. So it's quite big, that is, because he knows it, we know it, Tesla knows it. The magnetism aspect is going to come in big later on, so bear that in mind. Now he's saying Francis Huckasby found out in the early 1700s, so now we're 100 years before the 1800s, 200 years before Tesla.
For example, found out in the early 1700s that spinning a glass globe produced electricity.
So that's static. He's doing it, you don't know what it does.
Thus creating one of the first electrical generators.
So first electrical generators, 1700s, but without the wider societal knowledge, no one knew what to do with it. It was just like a thing. Like, wow, look at that.
And in 1729, two amateur scholars named Stephen Gray and Granville Weller discovered that electricity could be communicated over long distances by contact. This was an important first step toward researching currents, but mostly it was an excuse to conduct totally ethical scientific demonstrations, like suspending a young boy from the ceiling, charging him up, and then watching him attract objects with different body parts.
Now, it's interesting that you might think this is weird, but of course it's weird, but they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, so they were just trying to, experiment with shit. And this was in the 1700s. Now, we've got their written records. We don't have photography, but we've got their written records. We've got other people's writings about them doing it. We've got their own testimonies. We've got history recording this. In the UK, in England, we've got a long history, and it's all written down and recorded, and lots of other people wrote it down. The French people might have said, have you seen what they're doing in England? Because what we had is that we had these spies in the different 1700s. It's a bit past that now, but we had international spies looking and reporting back to Spain and France, and other people wrote down what we were doing. So it's all cross-reference, and that's interesting when we talk about these Tartarias, these mud floods, but that's not really what we're doing today. But it's worth pointing out that part of our story of electricity takes place in a time that apparently didn't exist, according to some people. Well, this is another part of the evidence that suggests it exists. I'm not researching Tartaria. I'm not saying, oh, look, today I've found things that mean Tartaria exists, but other areas of research, be they electricity, be they magnetism, be they metallurgy, they throw up this information and it kind of proves Tartaria is wrong, because all the information we have is built upon. So what I want you to understand here and take from this most, what I'm hoping we take from this most, is not necessarily the ins and outs of these individual experiments about how static and what they did hanging a buoy up, and that's by the by. I mean, we can go deep in that, but I'm not a physicist. Maybe you want to look at the physics people for that. But what I would say is, notice this was an idea built on someone else's idea. Someone else discovered the generator, the static, and then these fellas were like, well, hang on, what can we do with that? Let's try hanging this lad off the ceiling and charging him with static electricity and seeing what happens. Then someone else is going to build on that. One person in their lifetime doesn't do the whole thing. It's the same with everything. Elon Musk did not develop the Tesla electric car on his own, did he? He stood on the shoulders of giants. People had to invent the batteries first, or maybe he commissioned the invention of the batteries. People invented the wheel first, they invented the gearbox first. They don't have gearboxes, it's direct drive. Anyway, look, they invented the windscreen first, they invented whatever. You don't have to do it all himself. None of us do. We stand on the shoulders of giants. It happens in politics with political ideas, it happens in mathematics, it happens in... You look at the world as you're taught it, and you add a little bit, but you don't have to learn everything all on your own. And this is why some of this gets really difficult, is because even, I'm putting my hands up here, I don't think I can get all this in my brain of a weekend. I think there are some people at university that study these things and they know a lot more than me about it, and I have to trust that, because my brain is not, I don't think any of us are capable of knowing all the information about everything in the world. Our brains are just limited. That's why we have experts. That's why some people spend their lives dedicated to one subject and other people refer to what they say, I think. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting, isn't it? It's interesting, but let's crack on, yeah.
Parts. And we can't, of course, forget statesman, encyclopedist, and infamous know-it-all Ben Franklin.
Ben Franklin, he'll be known to the Americans.
He witnessed one of these flying boy demonstrations in Boston and then went home to Philadelphia and waited for a thunderstorm.
And of course, people like this used to write diaries and stuff, so we've got records of them visiting one thing and then so he's visited this demonstration, now he's got this idea. And you know what Ben Franklin did?
As the story goes, in 1752, he flew his kite in a storm and succeeded in drawing off electrical fire.
Which is fucking mental, isn't it? Like these days, if you know anything about electricity, you are not going to go and fly a kite about. So what's with a kite made of metal? You're not going to do that in a thunderstorm. So what's interesting is, through trial and error, I mean, he didn't blow himself up, but through trial and error, we get to where we get to. But there's this idea that this information was discovered. Remember, we're looking with the Tartaria angle as well, like the Liedtke angle and all that. They suggest that this information was all there before, that this previous civilization knew a lot more about electricity, and we're going to come on at the very end of this episode to the most modern and the most interesting ideas and the Ken Wheelers. But they're suggesting these people found this stuff and then had to sort of relearn how to use it. Well, if that was the case, what's he out there doing flying a kite with a key? Because this is like step by step how to learn and invent it. You don't need to do this bit if you just discover it. You reverse engineer it. This isn't reverse engineering. This is forward engineering from nothing, not knowing what's going on and doing things that are actually quite dangerous.
Inspired by this incident,
and also, we don't still do this sort of stuff. Once we made the electricity and learned about it, we found a more safe way to do it. We didn't carry on with this keys in the air and attaching that to a rudimentary battery made out of aluminium and an internal conductive piece and water. We don't do things like that these days, do we? So it wasn't reverse engineered, because otherwise we'd be using the kite and kite and what do they call that? Lightning, the kite and lightning generator, wouldn't we? Which we're not.
He developed the lightning rod, but no real epistemic knowledge.
Now, I looked into this as well. He put this... I'm really going to try not to go too confusing here, but Leyden jars, you put the electricity into Leyden jars, and what happens with a Leyden jar is it doesn't seem intuitive. This doesn't necessarily seem intuitive, but you have essentially a jar of water and on the outside you have a conductive material, and on the inside you have a conductive material, but they're separated by the water in the glass. Okay, they're separated by the water in the glass. So theoretically, you're not creating a... this is actually what's called a capacitor, what I said earlier. You're not creating a circuit, but you're charging the ions on either side. Like, they want to make a circuit, so a lot of them become charged with the electricity coming in, but they can't earth themselves, they can't release that charge until you touch that metal ball with a wire that's attached to something, and the charge will come out through that top metal ball again and down the wire. So it's like a really early rudimentary battery, but quite dangerous and not safe, and not how we do things today. But we had to learn these things about how ions charged and release their charge in order to improve on them. Storing the charge, that's right, Squirrel Sniper. So we had to learn that, but it's not worth noting that that was how they did it back then when they were inventing it. But if they were reverse engineering it from Tartaria, they'd have found these Leyden jars, and they'd have gone, all right, this is it, isn't it? This is how we do it. And we'd still be using them today. But they're not very good, really. They're not very good. They're a 1700s method, and it's not the best method. So that's where that came from. Where am I? Here.
One of the first modern electrical physicists was Italian physician Luigi Galvani in the late 1700s. His assistant...
You'll notice Galvani, you'll recognise some of these names, because Galvani, you'll recognise his name from galvanism, because some of the things they invent along the way become things we use today. And what Galvani did, I'm just going to skip past this little bit because I find it quite distasteful, is he used electric charges from those static generators and from those Leyden jars to electrocute legs of frogs. And so he started cutting up frogs and other animals and electrocuting their body parts. And what he actually discovered was the nervous system. But he didn't know that, and he died without knowing it. So that's interesting, isn't it?
Woman who was remarkably well informed about contemporary science. In 1818, Mary Shelley published what would become a very famous book.
So he talks about Frankenstein, and electricity's in the book, isn't it? Because it's so interesting to society that people who are writing fiction books have got this idea in them. It's a bit like today, isn't it, with, like, you know, sci-fi movies. Electricity was in that area. It was like the sci-fi of its day. It was so modern. They were writing fiction about it. But we need to move on from that to talk about Volta.
Push his work on nerves further, and Volta became a rock star of electrical physics when he created the first practical method of generating electricity, the first battery known as the voltaic pile.
The voltaic pile, again, they don't go too deep into this, but it's very similar to... just have a look at it. Voltaic pile. It's very similar to Leyden jars in that it's about, and I didn't do loads of research on the voltaic pile, I'll be honest, but it's about creating positive and negative I'll just do it now. How does a voltaic? But what I wanted to point out was we're not still using voltaic piles. That was the main thing I wanted to point out. We're not still using them, but I think it's worth me trying to show, you know, how this works. So, how does a voltaic pile work? Anodes and cathodes. These are words that we're starting to get used to. Getting used to with electricity, aren't we? The neutral hydrogen molecules and the negative hydrogen ions, and God, that's big writing, isn't it? I can't read that. Who's done that website that looks like that? What an awful thing to do. How does a voltaic pile work? It's potential pressure or voltage which a closed circuit produces an electric current. So in electrics, see, when I say it starts to get a bit difficult for me sometimes, because like learning everything of a weekend is a bit difficult. What I understand of this is that voltage is it's a bit like pipes. Now, if you had water pipes sending your electricity down, which you don't, this is an analogy, but the voltage is about how much water you can pump down those pipes at any one time. So you can increase the pressure or voltage of the circuit. And since power equals voltage by resistance, you increase or decrease the current when you increase or decrease the voltage. But the bottom line is we're moving electrons around a very rudimentary sort of setup, aren't we? We've got electric plates, they're copper, they're zinc, there's saline solution and paper, and when you pile it all together, the electrons moving. So remember at the very start we said that movement of electrons was electricity. The electrons moving through the system are what's creating the voltage. Okay, so we've got a voltaic pile now.
So thought bubble, let's make some sparks fly. Volta's battery evolved from humble origins. The first iterations were made of
Oh, he's going to tell us.
two different metals separated by a brine-soaked cloth or piece of cardboard. But Volta kept on improving the pile. In 1800, he stacked pairs of copper and zinc discs, again separated by briny cloth or cardboard. When he connected the top and bottom of the pile, it generated a steady electric current that could be carried by a wire. Volta had created the first stable source of electric current.
And what I want to point out about this is it's what we call direct current. Now, remember when I talked about earlier the bike chain? With this, the voltage goes, the current goes in a circle, and it just goes around. You know, it just goes around. So we call that direct current. It makes sense. Imagine your bike chain pedaling. You know, it's going in one direction. We don't still use that as the most common form of electricity. So again, we're on to sort of step 3 or 4 of the process of inventing what we use today. So it can't be that we reversed engineered it from Tartaria, because we don't even use this thing. This isn't even what's popular.
This type of two-metal battery fulfilled the world's scant electrical needs through much of the first industrial revolution until around 1870. But no one could really explain how it worked, in part because no one had brought electricity and magnetism together.
You see, they still don't know the full deal, and they're still not using the things that we use today.
One of the first steps in this direction was taken in 1820 by Danish physicist and chemist Hans Christian Ørsted. While demonstrating to his students how to heat up a wire by running an electrical current through it, Ørsted noticed his compass's needle kept jumping to a 90-degree angle.
And you see, the way I want to make, I'm going to keep pointing this out all the way along, so if it annoys you, sorry, but this is another person in a different part of the world, and he's repeating some other experiments that he's showing his class, and he's noticed something by accident now. So it's working on other people's ideas and adding a bit yourself and adding a bit more. And this has happened in his class. It's verifiable. People know this happened. We're now getting into the 1800s. We're getting into much more modern times, and you know, people can. There were witnesses. I'll say that there were witnesses.
Somehow, he realized, the electrical charge and the magnetic attraction of the compass were linked. Ørsted conducted...
Uncontrolled historian, right, this is a really good comment here from you. Lost, right, exactly. I wouldn't have been able to take physics at A-level either, O-level. I did physics, biology and chemistry at school as separate subjects, and I went to a grammar school, and we were all expected to keep up with the high tempo of the academic work. Now, physics was one where I fell behind. I'll quite happily admit it. I had glasses when I wear contact lenses now, and I couldn't see the board. And this teacher used to, like, you know, we've all got stories like this, haven't we, from school? This teacher used to write on this projector and then wind it on, and I can't see it properly. I'm like squinting, and it's gone. And I used to think it was his handwriting was messy and I couldn't read it because I didn't know I needed glasses. Poor me. So I moved to the front of the class, and I find it even, you know, a struggle from the front. And then I started to copy off the kid next to me because I could see that because it was right there. So then eventually I got called into school for being naughty, for copying and not keeping up. And they discovered I needed glasses. So finally I got the glasses. But I was behind on the physics, and I've always found it a little bit difficult to keep the theories and the ideas. Like voltage equals current times resistance, I think it's that, but I can't remember exactly. It might be voltage equals current divided by resistance. If I had to write it in an exam, I'd be 50-50. So I don't know, you know. But what's really important about this is that these ideas, if we're not, I'm trying to break it down real simple, and I've spent a week and a half looking at this, so I understand it's not this simple. Some of these I had to go on a little YouTube rabbit hole myself, just about electrons, and like spend some time rethink and go. I had to go to some of the most basic videos as well, which I've got them. We'll look at them in this episode, because I find it a bit, it starts to lose me. And I think that's the critical point, is if the people like Ken Wheeler, is an example, can get you a bit lost, then they're leading you and you're lost. If you can talk quickly enough with some of these funny ideas and say them quickly enough, people can't process them quickly enough, and then you're on to the next thing and you're selling a book. I just think part of it is to baffle people, but part of it is baffling. So like it's one of them. And I found exactly the same thing. So I think if we're getting lost, don't worry, follow along with whatever you can today. We'll get on to some really interesting ideas later, but bear in mind that I'm able to at least explain, they're explaining, somebody knows. When I get lost with the quantum stuff at the end, at least somebody knows, and I trust them. So I don't trust like somebody who, some randomer off YouTube like me, who's telling you this is how it is. What I'm saying today is don't just trust me and my ideas. This is where I'm finding things. This is what I'm finding. In the same way as Martin Liedtke and that, they sort of say, look, this is what I'm finding in my research. Well, this is what I'm finding, and it's not, you don't have to look that hard to find it. But it does tie in, it's what makes sense when you start to learn deeper and understand things. And if you don't understand things, anything could make sense, couldn't it? They could tell me chuffing electricity came out of the cat's bum when you stroke it, and that's the static, and then it fires out the cat's bum. And if I don't know, I have to just go with whatever, don't I? I have to go with whatever. So maybe we try and get to know, I don't know. This is what we're doing. This is why we're doing it. That comment is exactly where this has all come from. If people weren't a bit confused, if I wasn't a bit confused, I wouldn't have spent a fucking week looking at this and a weekend looking at it and got to the end of my tether with it and said, all right, we'll just do the stream anyway. And they wouldn't be making videos saying, oh, the magnetic dielectric of the counter space, and, Tartaria was the first people who really knew about power, and we don't know about power because I can't explain it and you can't understand it, so it must be magic. Like, that's where it all comes from, is our inability as a standard human. Because you went to a grammar school, so you're a smart person, but I don't expect you to know the fucking ins and outs of the history and the modern physics and I don't expect you to come around and rewire my fucking house. Like, I expect a builder to know about the bricks and the arches and the brickwork. I expect an architect to know about the design and the art. I wouldn't do all that myself. I just move into the fucker and hope it stays up. So, you know what I'm saying.
Did further experiments and showed that electrical currents actually produce neatly circular magnetic fields when they flow through wires.
So we've just discovered now that, even if we don't, and this is a good point, even if you just take what came before for granted or ignore it about these electrons and what have you, we do know that the current creates electromagnetism. We can see it. We don't have to be physicists. You can see the needle moving on the compass. You can measure the magnetism. So at least we've got that. Normal people like me and you, we've got that.
Produce neatly circular magnetic fields when they flow through wires. This became known as Ørsted's law. Later in 1820, at the Academy of Science in Paris, André-Marie Ampère watched as a friend reproduced Ørsted's electrically messing with a compass trick. Amazed, Ampère went to work figuring out the math behind this special relationship.
So another person now, Ampère, you might recognize that name, Ampère. Amps, isn't it? So he copied what his mate had done and went a little bit further.
He showed that two parallel electrified wires attract each other if the currents flow in the same direction and repel each other if the currents flow in opposite directions. Thanks, Thought Bubble. Ampère also showed that the force between the currents was inversely proportional to the distance between them.
And this is where
You write born to kill on your helmet and you wear a peace button. What's that supposed to be, some kind of sick joke?
I think I was trying to suggest something about the duality of man, sir.
How can I be a shill if that's my tippy sound? It's a marching band screaming as they walk through a shopping centre, a marching band screaming with a quote from Stanley Kubrick's Full Metal Jacket, "You have Born to Kill on your helmet and you wear a peace button." What's that supposed to be? I think it's something about the duality of man, sir. So look, this is where they get into this proportional. Thank you for my tippies. Thank you. He said something there, which was one of those sentences with all the words. Now, they just about make sense to me. Ampere also showed the force between the currents was inversely proportional to the distance between them, and the proportional to the intensity of the current. Like, whoa, slow down. I have to work that out word by word, but I can just about do it. The force between the currents was inversely proportional to the distance between them. What he's saying is the further apart the things are, there's less force. Literally inversely proportional means exactly related to the, inversely. So the further away, inversely, the opposite of being proportional, anti-proportional. What he's saying is the further away the wires are, the lower the intensity. And proportional. I kind of get that. But when Ken Wheeler starts going, the magnetic dielectric and the force of the counter space, I get lost and I can't keep it up. But it's that feeling of, hang on, what did that scientist just say? Hang on a minute, it's gone a bit far and it's gone past and it's gone, and now I have to just either nod along and pretend I know what he said because everyone else thinks that. It's like being like when I was in physics at school and I got a bit lost, I wouldn't put my hand up and say, hang on, I'm the only one that doesn't fucking understand this. I don't fucking know what's going on here. I'd keep fucking, everyone else is going, oh right, yeah, okay. So I'd go, oh yeah, okay. And then try and copy the kid next to me and think, fuck, now what? Like, sometimes we just pretend we understand because it's easier than saying, stop the train, I need to fucking do extra two and a half extra hours of detention for this. Do you know what I mean? It's easier than that. We just let things go and pretend we know and maybe hope we pick it up along the way. I don't know.
And proportional to the intensity of the current flowing in each. This became known as Ampere's law. You can watch a whole episode about Ampere's law over on Crash Course Physics.
And what's lovely about these sort of things, I suppose it happens with Tartaria as well, but they're always referencing each other. If you want to find out more about this, you wrote an obscure message on my coffee. Do you want me to see it? Do you want me to see my coffee? Do you want me to see my messages? Let's see what we've got. A tip from the cat's bum. Thank you, Nigel. A tip from the cat's bum. That's where they come from. The cat fires them out if I stroke her enough. And here's a biscuit from my Southern California delegation, so thank you for the dog biscuits. Yeah, what's good about these people is they reference other people, and then you can go and look at that, and you can go deeper, and you can go and they're like, it's cross-referenceable. So when they do say something that's a bit confusing, they say, here, look it up over here somewhere else. What Ken Wheeler does is he says, here, buy my book if you want to find out more. So there's a bit of a worry there.
And he even theorized that there must be some electrodynamic molecule that carried the currents of electricity and magnetism. This became the basis for the electron. Ampere's insights became the foundation of the quantitative science of electromagnetism, or electrodynamics.
Which is great. So Ampere basically invented electrodynamics. What he discovered, his idea, the thing he was looking at, that then... Why has it gone quiet? Animal Crossing, you've gone quiet. That's better. But what's crucial here is, again, we're like 3 people, 4 people down the line. We're up to 1827 from 1700. People after people after people. And he never saw that. Ampere never saw the results of what he discovered. He didn't see us working as we do now with electrons and amp meters. He never knew that that's what happened to his work. He just did a bit and pushed it on, and then that was his little bit. That was his little push. It's like us all pushing this rock up the hill, generation by generation, but you don't see the final product of the rock being up the hill. You're dead by then. But he did his bit.
In 1827, German physicist Georg Ohm, who'd been conducting research using Volta's battery, published his discovery that an electrical current between 2 points is directly proportional to the voltage, or potential difference between them. This became known as Ohm's law. This can be expressed using the concept of resistance.
So this gets a bit more simple when you find the this. I equals V over R. So the current, right, the current is the amount of electrons that have been fired. You know, it's how our chain is moving, the speed of our chain. And that, the speed of our chain, how fast that current's going, is the amount of voltage. Remember I said the voltage was like a pipe, and the pressure in the pipe, the amount of water. If you have a really wide pipe and the water's not being pushed very fast down that wide pipe, you've got a low voltage, haven't you? But if you've got a really tight, narrow pipe and you're pushing it through that tight, narrow, high pressure, high voltage, high pressure. So the amount of like stuff you can send through the pipe is related to the pipe itself, isn't it? The resistance and the voltage, the pressure in the pipe. So pipes don't resist necessarily, do they? Because we send things. But electrical conductors, they resist. Some things are really resistive, and you don't get the electricity through them at all, like rubber. But some things are not very resistive, and they allow it to flow really quickly. So you work it out through this little thing. It's all related. So you can't increase the voltage, and what I'm trying to say is, if you increase the voltage, then you increase the current, don't you? Because V is, if you keep one the same and you increase another, the other one changes. They're all connected. At least we understand that. But this is how that's what we're up to now with physics these days. Current equals voltage divided by resistance. That's what we actually teach in schools. But we got there through this like 100-year process of learning little bits and little bits.
Voltage measured in volts divided by resistance measured in ohms.
And that's where I was finding it difficult in school. And that's where I start to find it difficult now.
Yes, all three of these scientists became standard units. Congrats, scientists. With practical batteries and basic scientific laws, the stage was set for electricity to become an industry. Enter motors and lights. Born to a poor family in Newington Butts.
Now you're going to say, wait, motors and lights. Remember this, okay? Motors and lights. Oh, that's obviously Nikola Tesla now, isn't it? It's obviously time for... why isn't there music playing, you chuffer? Why does it do that to me? It's time for Nikola Tesla now, isn't it? Because we're going to get to Tesla. It's time for Nikola Tesla. It's time for Edison. Edison did the lighters, the light bulbs and the motors, didn't he? Edison.
Enter motors and lights. Born to a poor family in Newington Butts, London, Michael Faraday became obsessed with electricity and...
That's not Edison.
And chemistry at a young age. Eventually, he became as important to the sciences of stuff as Darwin was to those of life. In 1821, a year after Ørsted characterized electromagnetism and Ampere began experimenting with the math behind it, Faraday got to work inventing electromagnetic motors. His motors worked due to electromagnetic rotation, a motion made by the circular magnetic force around an electrified wire. In 1831, he had his big breakthrough, electromagnetic induction, meaning the generation of electricity in one wire via the changing magnetic field created by the current in another wire.
So, like a dynamo bike light, I don't know about a dynamo bike light, and I'll tell you what, this is where I find I get a bit confused myself, because I've been learning about electricity, and I was going to find examples, but I find it a little bit confusing myself. But what I do know about this is what we've discovered now about this magnetic field stuff. This is where we start to push Tesla, because they think Tesla invented this and discovered this. No, Faraday discovered this in England. And what he discovered was that if you change the magnetic field, so we know that the electric going through the wire, we know putting the electricity through the wire makes the magnetic field around the wire. We know that. We saw the needle on the compass change. What we've now found is that if we create a magnetic field with our wire, and we put another wire next to it with a current, like two separate circuits, the magnetic field can affect the other one. The magnetism can affect the other current. So our bike chain's going around, and someone else comes next to us with their bike, and these bike chains going around are creating magnetism. Magnetic energy is being created by the currents going round. And my bike chain starts to judder, or whatever, starts to change. It starts to be affected because your bike's coming close to mine. Hang on, what's going on? Oh, your bike's creating a magnetic field. Your current going through the electricity in the wire is creating a magnetic field. That's affecting my wire, and that is what Tesla and people have been working on after that. This changing magnetic field. So changing, do you know we've got two kinds of electricity? We've got direct current pushing the bike round. Direct current pushing the bike round. We've also got alternating current. Alternating current, you know those graphs that go up and down, those waves? In alternating current, the current goes backwards and forwards. I'll show you why in a minute, but it goes backwards and forwards. It's like you're on the bike and you're going forwards and backwards with your feet. You know when you're trying to stand still on the bike and you go forwards and backwards with your feet and you give it just a little push back, little push forward. That still work. That movement of electrons, the chain doesn't have to go forwards. It can go back and forwards and it still work, isn't it? It's still moving. It's going forwards and backwards. So that creates electricity as well. It creates work. It creates energy. And that's where we start to come into this.
This became the basis of the electromagnetic technologies that we use today. So thank you, Mike. In the same year, Faraday also discovered magnetoelectric induction.
Magnetoelectric induction. Using magnets created by electricity to induct, to create more electricity in another circuit.
Which is the generation of a steady direct electrical current in a wire by attaching it to a copper disc and then rotating the disc between the poles of a magnet. This was the first modern electrical generator.
So the first modern electrical generator, you had your electricity circuit that you want to charge and power, and instead of a plug, you've got a great big wire of copper, great big ream of copper, and next to it, you've got a big magnet, and then you're going to the magnetism creates that electricity, doesn't it? Do you remember what we're saying? The magnetic field, it gets your bike chain and it pulls your bike chain. Now, it doesn't pull it round in a big circle. What it does is we spin the magnet around, and because the magnet's going like one end of the other, it's going north, south, north. As it comes round, if I'm stood on the copper, I see the north come past, then the south come past, then the north come past, and the south come past. The magnet's spinning round. So in any one point on that copper, my magnetic charge is going this way, that way, this way, that way. The magnet's spinning, it's pulling, it's pushing, it's pulling, it's pushing. And your bike chain is going forward, back, forward, back, forward, back, forward, back. And that's alternating current. We've discovered that we can create electricity by spinning magnets around next to copper wires. And those copper wires transmit. The copper wires literally are the bike chain. Their electrons are moving back and forth as we spin that magnet. So we've discovered that, but Tesla hasn't discovered it, and nor has the American. This has been done in the UK, hasn't it? Anyway, it doesn't matter who did it. It does matter in a bit, but what's critical here is, aren't we starting to sound a little bit like, you see where we're starting to get to Tesla now? You see where Tesla's going to start coming in, and aren't we starting to get a little bit like these towers that can conduct electromagnetic energy from the air? Because we're going to come on and talk about the Earth's electromagnetic fields in a minute, aren't we? So bear in mind, this is where our ideas, our wires could start to get crossed if we don't understand this fully. And I'm not going to claim to be able to educate you fully, and I'm not going to claim that I'm going to understand it fully, but I'm going to give you enough information that you can dig into it more if you want. And also, I'm going to highlight the bits that really critically stand out where the wires are being crossed. So we know we can create electricity through the movement of this magnet. Important note, we have to move the magnet. I can't create free power with a magnet unless I spin the magnet round. So someone's got to turn that crank handle. Traditionally in the 1700s, it would have been using a steam engine. You know, you've got to create that force to spin the magnet. So it's not free power. We need power to spin the magnet. Okay? But we can translate that power into electricity. We can translate physical work into electricity through the use of a magnet and the conductive material.
And he proved that the electricity created by magnetic induction, the electricity produced by a voltaic battery, and good old static electricity were all the same phenomenon.
And we're saying it's all the same thing. It's all the same thing. Thanks, I hope I'm doing a good job. It's hard to know. Yeah, we'll have a look at the generator of a dynamo bike light at the end, because I haven't got it in my notes, but I will try and come back to that. I will try. But we're saying, look, it's all the same. It doesn't matter if you're using a magnet to create it, or stroking your cat, or it's coming down from the sky in the form of lightning. It's all the same thing. It's ions or electrons moving now we're on to electrons mainly. Electrons moving in sequence all at the same time, and the energy comes through that, yeah? It's electricity, that's what we call it. So we're getting a handle on it. But Faraday's getting a handle on it. For 100, 200 years, they've been messing about with it, and no one's really known exactly what. We're only just standing on the shoulders of giants, remember. Faraday couldn't have done this without those 100 to 200 years of people. And they've led to this. None of them knew the right words, the right science. Up to this point, we're still kind of in the dark about some stuff.
Experiments led to the invention of modern electrical motors, generators, and transformers. He figured out how to make electricity do work on magnetism and vice versa.
And that's what we're going to be talking about with Tesla.
His young buddy, Scottish physicist James Clerk Maxwell, played the ampere to his volta, figuring out the math involved in induction. In 1855, Maxwell dropped On Faraday's Lines of Force, showing Faraday's discoveries about electricity and magnetism in the forms of differential equations.
Again, that's another long sentence that I find hard to just get all in my head at the same time. But what he's really saying is that Faraday did the science in the lab with the physical stuff. He spun the magnets and was like, wow, look at electricity. But his mate sat down with the maths and the equations, the beautiful mind, on the blackboard, the Einstein stuff, and actually wrote down the the differential equations that kind of prove and show what's happening. So they got the two ends of the spectrum. They're not one person being able to do both things, but you've got both ends of the spectrum, and it feeds into the new knowledge.
Maxwell's long paper on physical lines of force introduced his full theory of electromagnetism in parts over 1861 and 62.
And it didn't happen all at once, did it? Look, it took him a couple of years to even get that out of his brain.
Here, he theorized that electromagnetic waves...
Oh. Whoa, my kilobytes dropped to 0 for a second there. That should not happen. We're back up to 8,000. I'm just going to check that the stream is still running.
Electromagnetic waves...
Oh. Whoa, my kilobytes dropped. Yeah, we're still running. We're still running. Okay.
Travel at the speed of light, and that light must exist in the same medium as electrical and magnetic energy. By connecting light, electricity, and magnetism, Maxwell laid the groundwork for modern physics.
So this guy Maxwell had an idea that maybe light was involved, but that's as far as he got with that. And then modern physics had to take over.
And his work was a major influence on Einstein. But the average person in the 1870s didn't know who Faraday and Maxwell were, much less that they had revolutionized energy and work. There was still no system for using electricity industrially.
Which is weird, isn't it? Because remember, if it's Tartaria, we're not really looking at Tartaria today, but I have to keep bringing it up. If that were the case, if we just rediscovered this electricity all of a sudden, then the system would be there. All these buildings that they uncovered and dug out would have electricity systems in place, in situ. They'd have just been waiting to switch them on. And as soon as we made the discovery, it would be like lights up around the world, wouldn't it? But that's not what happened, look. There was no system for using it. So even though they discovered it, get this.
For that useful system, we have to hop across the Atlantic to the first home of corporate research and development in science, Menlo Park, New Jersey. Here, a mix of brilliant engineers, scarcely trained boys, and one pet bear, yup, worked under the direction of a controversial inventor who was, or was decidedly not much of a scientist himself, depending on which historian you prefer. His name was Thomas Edison.
So Edison gets a bit of a kicking. What Edison did, though, he was a bit more of a businessman. He got people together and he said, okay, you're good at the old electricity. I'm a bit interested in the old electricity. Come and work for me in my company. Oh, you're good at the old capitalist system of accounting and networking. You come and work at my company. Don't do the electricity. You do the capitalism and the accounting. You're quite good at the old sign writing. Come and paint signs for me. You know, he was a boss, and he got these people to do things for him in a way. He had his own ideas, and he did stuff as well. He was a smart electricity guy as well. But he gets a bit of a kicking for that reason. And it's interesting, though, isn't it, that the people that invented this shit, the people that were interested in this shit in England, in the UK, they couldn't do this next step. Even though we had an empire, even though Britain was a big empire, the act of commodification, turning something from... this is really important to notice and understand as well. And it happens today as well, Big Face. You can make something in a lab, Like, I guess homegrown meat's a good example. They make this meat that they grow in a lab. Maybe I don't like the idea because you have to kill a cow to do it. But anyway, like, they make these meats in a lab. That's great, but unless you can do that for $5 a burger, it's fucking useless, isn't it? At the moment, I don't know what the current cost is, but it costs about $1,000 a home lab-grown steak, doesn't it? I don't know if you know this. They're growing meats in laboratory so that we don't have to kill animals in the future, but they're doing it with stem cells from the embryos of animals, so they are killing animals to do it. So I don't know about animal research that involves killing animals, and I don't even need to eat the animal flesh myself, but got my vegan card. But and what they're trying to do now is the lab people have done their bit. Now it's on to the people that run factories, that run businesses, that understand about the costs of production, that understand about shipping, that understand about, you know, where to source the materials. They have to take over and say, okay, I can make that for $5 a steak. I can make that for $2 a steak. Now we can start selling it. Otherwise, I can't, from my lab, lovely laboratory that it is, say to the rest of the world, look, here's some interesting science I've discovered. Will you pay me extortionate amounts of money for it? No. Like, do you want lighting in your home? Oh, yes, I'd love lighting in my home. Well, it's going to cost you, like, in today's money, it's going to cost you, what, 30 grand a year, 50 grand a year? Well, I can't afford that then. Only the rich people can have that. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Until someone can say, we can get this to you at a price you can afford, supply and demand, we can supply it, you're demanding it, but you've got a limited income. So until we can hit that sweet spot, we ain't going to be doing it. That happens with all sorts of products. And when the price comes down, when someone discovers how to do something cheaply, suddenly the market can be flooded with these things. Today we have a funny system because we've got patents and intellectual properties that prevent people from bringing the price down by flooding the market with something. We have China who don't care about that, and that's why the stuff in China is cheaper. You know, it's supply and demand, it's economics, isn't it? So what was interesting here is we've just learned that whatever we think about the Tartarians or the whatever, we've just learned that the people who invented these ideas about electricity built on the shoulders of giants, who finally got to the point where we can say, look, here's a working thing that we can use, and like we can spin a magnet and we can use that spinning magnet to create electricity. Electricity can do work, can do, like, light up a light bulb, for example. Edison's going to invent that now. Until then, we didn't have nothing to plug in, so there was no point in doing it. Thanks for the electricity. Can you now invent me a PlayStation? You know, can you invent me a washing machine? But no, until we invented something to go along with it, it wasn't even, why am I going to buy electricity off you? I don't need my house wired, because there's no point. But Edison's going to invent the light bulb, and it's all going to change. It's all going to take on a new angle. We're moving away from the laboratory and the science and people just doing it to discover, people that are paid for by universities or patrons, wealthy patrons. Instead, we're moving into a world of commercial aspects, and we had to go to America to do that. Now I have to quickly just grab a refill on this cup, so I'm only going to be a second in the other room. I'm not going anywhere far, don't worry. Do you want to come back in here with Daddy, or are you right there? You right there? Closing the door though, because I've been smoking here. I don't want to get in trouble. The dog's just going to sit out by the door. I got myself a water because I wanted to be quick. So I'm not living in luxury. I'm suffering because I want to be quick for you. It's important though, right? All this thinking about how things are done and why they're done. That's one of the questions in Tartaria. Why are they doing this? How did they do that? Why and how? Well, here we've got actually not just they invented electricity, but why and how it ended up in the hands of Edison in America. That's where things have moved to now. They're still working on it in all these other places around the world, bear in mind. You know, people are still working on their own little ideas. Tesla is currently in Serbia learning about electricity in school and having exciting ideas. So everyone's got their ideas, but if you want to make something of it as we see history will show, you've got to get to the, you know, the big market, the big new worlds that are creating big factories based on the Industrial Revolution, you know, where things are booming. There's no point in being a great big electrician in a small town in Germany. You know, you want to be out there in the boom time.
Edison, or the Wizard of Menlo Park, or the Napoleon of science, started his career as a lowly telegraph operator at the age of 16. He worked his way up, improving telegraph systems, until he could open his own contract-based lab/workshop in 1876.
So you see what he's saying? He worked his way up through commercial enterprise, telegraph, till he could set up his own workshop. He's not one of these that set up his own workshop and lived in poverty. He's right in there with the money.
Mostly people remember Edison for his work on making practical incandescent light bulbs, but he should be really thought of as the person who first saw the potential for an entire electrical grid. This included the generation of power, its distribution to homes and businesses, and the invention of useful products that required electricity to work. In the late 1870s...
So, importantly, this is where we come in as well with our the person who left the comment, or was commenting in the chat, that I've forgotten the exact name because everyone's got new names. There's a lot of new people. I'm really sorry. I want to find out exactly who you are and have you talk again. You had a orange circle for your name. They said that you know, when we were talking about Jade and the Blackpool Tower, they suggested this electrical thing, and they said about robber barons. The concept of robber barons came up, and yeah, I totally agree with that. Look, we're saying now people didn't understand or see the need for electricity, but Edison did. Edison was looking to sell it to them. He was looking to invent reasons for them to want it, so he could sell. He's got the electricity, now he's going to invent the reasons for you to want it. And all the way along, he's going to commodify it and sell it. He's like the robber barons, isn't he? He doesn't want to give it you free, that's for sure.
These people didn't understand or see the need for electricity. Customers had to be created. So what did Edison do? He befriended the richest guy in New York, who was also the richest guy in the world, J.P. Morgan. With Morgan's money, Edison had the resources to work out the longest-lasting filament, or slender heated up until visibly lighted bit, for his bulbs. This ended up being made of carbon after thousands of experiments on different materials. But he also had the resources to show off his lights in Paris and London, and most importantly, to electrify downtown Manhattan.
And we're at a stage now where we've got photographs, and we've still got the lights. People have still got Edison engines. None of this is dug out of the mud, is who knows where that came from. None of it's fake history that was faked and then put in the books, because there are people that met Edison. I suppose maybe not now. Maybe that generation's just died out. But do you know what I'm saying? Like, we're that close where someone's granddad could have met Edison. Yeah? Like, it's not... This is total verifiable truths now, isn't it? It's definitely not some random, like, made-up stuff.
Just think about this for a second. The nighttime before 1880 was dark. Yes, gas lamps existed, but they were weak, smelly, and dangerous. Edison's electrification of the cultural and financial capital of an ascendant American empire was blindingly amazing.
He went to the big boy town, and he got the biggest chuffer, biggest cheese in America, big rich cheese, and he said, look at my electricity and my bulbs. And the rich cheese said, that's the big thing. I like that. Let's show the people. And they lit up Manhattan, and they changed the world. All of that would have rung out around the world, wouldn't it? You know, have you heard about this thing that they're doing in America, in the New World? All the people are emigrating over there. It's a great big explosion of population, and like 12 million immigrants, whatever. 12 million people went there, and this new illuminated culture. It must have been, like he says, amazing for the people.
People stayed up longer, more work got done. The feedback loop of just pushing off bedtime by a few hours was enormous, and this was before anyone had devised a good mass-scale electrical motor or vehicle. It's true that Edison didn't invent the components of his electrical power system, only improved upon them thanks to his team-based, finance-backed approach to science and technology. And it's true that he became embroiled in an intense public battle called the Current War over the safety and efficiency of his direct current, or DC, versus his rival Westinghouse's much more practical alternating current, or AC.
So, just to break that down, what he said there is he got involved in this commercial war. There was a rival, Westinghouse. We're going to get to Tesla. Westinghouse and Tesla were in on it together. Westinghouse, like, after Tesla was fed up with Edison, because we haven't talked about Tesla here. We've talked about these other people, but what he's not telling you is that at this point, Edison got fed up with Tesla, and they had an argument, and Tesla fucked off to work with the opposition. And Tesla thought AC was better, and there are reasons for that. I'm going to come on to it in a minute. But there's a competition there. There's two different ideas: alternating current, direct current. They're in competition in the marketplace. So again, it's not this one thing that we've discovered and rediscovered and dug up. There are different ideas battling it out, much like you see in today's marketplace with modern technologies.
And it's true that Edison promoted capital punishment in New York using an electric chair powered by Westinghouse's AC, but beginning with incandescent light, Edison and other inventors used the discoveries of the early electrical physicists to utterly transform the world. Next time, we'll follow Edison.
Okay, so that's the end of his story, but it's not the end of our story, is it? Because, of course, we've got a lot more to talk about. Tesla. So what we've learned, let's just recap quickly, and we're going to either agree or disagree. But what we've learned is that they created electricity over a couple of hundred years. We're talking about pushing that bike chain, aren't we? We're talking about pushing that bike chain, and we got up to the point where we've got am I watching? Am I looking at the right watch later list? Maybe it's not just even Tesla. Maybe I was watching. Oh, there's so much stuff that I watch on YouTube. There it is, working right. So what I want to show you is what Edison created essentially, and then we're going to show you why it differs and what Tesla was doing, because it's important.
They have 30 seconds to save your cat's life. No room for filler.
Shut up. So it's important that, because I don't want to get too confusing, right? I don't want to get too confusing, but I want to make it clear enough that it should be clear on what's going on. So here you can see the electric current going through the system. Look, you've got two magnets, north and south. You've got a big magnet, north and south. And as we've seen, the magnets create this energy that pulls the electrons. So we want that current flow in that direction. But if you just put the magnets there and just leave it stationary, nothing happens. It might flash on quickly and that's it. 'Cause you've just moved the electrons. You've moved your bike chain a little bit. You pulled it with the magnet and it stopped because the magnet's not moving. So what they do instead of moving the magnet, they start to move the actual circuit inside the magnet. So this piece rotates. Please. There you go. Look, that piece rotates. And as it rotates, it picks up and connects again and again and again. And it's like turning it off and on in a way. Isn't it? It's like turning it off and on as it rotates. They're talking about these brushes at the bottom and stuff. But essentially, look, you can see the field changes. Instead of moving the magnet and that changes the electrical field around it, the electrical field's it's stationary and we're moving the whole chuffing circuit. See what I'm saying? But the same principle is applied. You're turning it round in the electrical field. You're turning the electrical field round over it. So it creates this direct... Please don't tap the microphone. It creates this direct current. Okay, it creates a direct current. Right. We've laid... Copy link. We've laid the groundwork now for our first bit of Tesla.
Dreamt of wireless power. Among his work in the realm of electricity, he built a coil, later named the Tesla coil, which could illuminate lamps from across a room and throw the occasional bolt of lightning at the nearest conductor. Tesla coils remain popular today, though often for their ability to put on a fantastic lightning show. Nikola Tesla believed in wireless power with such an enthusiasm that, with the financing of J.P. Morgan, he constructed a giant apparatus, the Wardenclyffe Tower, at his lab in Shoreham, Long Island in 1901. This was before the world was wired.
Way back.
So he did make this great big tower. Okay, he did make this great big tower. He definitely did. We'll get to that in a minute. I don't want to confuse you. First of all, I want to show you what Tesla discovered.
A rapidly oscillating electric current is applied to a coil at its specific resonant frequency.
So first thing we need to know about there is this rapidly oscillating. What's that? That's what we call alternating current. Now we saw the direct current.
I think we should explore a few solutions.
What?
Grammarly suggest.
Ads.
This
Chuff your
creates
ads.
a magnetic...
Shut up. I just want alternating current. Where did I find alternating current? There's so many videos on things. Where's my list? Okay. Like, you can see how much I've been like looking into this. There's so much. Let's get through the advert and we'll get back into it. So AC versus DC now, before we get to Tesla, because this is what Tesla
Video
did.
on legendary rock music, DC. So let's talk about the difference between AC and DC. The letters DC stand for direct current, and
We're familiar with this.
means the electrons flow in a single direction.
We're familiar with that.
AC stands for alternating current, and it
This
means
is the new
that
thing.
the flow of electrons change. Now, this is where things can start to get a little confusing. This
we're gonna
is
break it
an
down.
AC voltage source, so it's both AC and voltage. What the heck? How can voltage and current be the same? Well, it turns out we tend to use AC and DC abbreviations for voltage as well as current. So in other words, AC, voltage or current, is voltage or current that changes. DC, voltage or current, is voltage or current that is steady. Okay, so let's take a little bit closer look at these two. It accesses time.
This is interesting that with the direct current, you can see that the fan goes round. Yeah, this is actually really straightforward way to explain this. With the direct current, the fan goes round. If you turn the battery round, it goes round the other way.
We can see that the voltage at this point stays constant.
Yep.
Now, since this is a battery, eventually it's going to run out of energy, and its output voltage will drop. So we know that the voltage will change over time, but the polarity will stay the same. So what is polarity? Well, polarity defines the positive direction, and for a battery, the positive voltage is created from the positive terminal.
That makes sense. Yeah, it makes perfect sense. So alternating current.
And in this case, we're going to use a light bulb and a north. This is how the circuit behaves when we turn the switch on. Let's break down what we're seeing by using the voltage graph again. Notice how the current is flowing in one direction, and as voltage increases, the light bulb gets brighter. Once the voltage reaches its peak, current flow stays the same, but the voltage begins to drop, and the light bulb gets dimmer. Once we reach 0 volts, the voltage's polarity changes, causing current to flow in the opposite direction. And again, as the voltage gets closer to its peak, the bulb gets brighter and then dims back down.
So it's basically like off and on, off and on, off and on. I get that, yeah. You've got a cycle and a frequency, hertz, cycles per second. We're getting into the words that we recognize for electricity. So Tesla generated that with spinning magnets. I want someone to show us the original generator. That's the motor. I don't want the motor. I want the generator. This is one of the problems I had, actually, is finding the exact definitions of the generation of it, rather than... Like, I can find this physics
Then
behind
there
how
won't
to
be any
generate
potential
it.
difference.
Changing this magnetic field.
Potential difference will be.
And we talked about that. There's the
Moment
magnet,
of the
look.
magnetic field relative to the coil induces a potential difference in the coil.
and because the circuit's complete, this generates a current. Also, like before, whenever we change the direction of the magnet, it changes the direction of the current.
So the critical thing is that by changing the direction of the magnet, you change the direction of the current. So in one generator, the direction of the magnet stays stationary, and we move the circuit and we generate a direct current going in one direction. But for Tesla, he would spin the magnet and he would generate an alternating current by having the magnet changing which direction it's going and create this alternating current. Okay? What he did with that, so this is like heavy now, isn't it? It is heavy, but it's physics. So if it gets any heavier, I might have to just, like, my brain will pop. But what he did with that is this feels like magic, but it's not. It's true. It's real. You create a magnetic field. Look, you're doing an alternating current and you're creating a magnetic field. We understand that, don't we? We understand that because by you putting the electricity. Do you remember at the very start, earlier on, with the compass needle? The compass needle, that's what they discovered there. By putting the electricity through the wire, they created the field. And it changed the compass needle. That's something we discovered about it. Now we know that we can create a much higher voltage or power or whatever you want to call it, field with our new generators that create, because we're using the magnets to create the generators, but we have to turn the magnets. Remember, we're turning them, so we're using like coal power or steam power. We're turning the magnets. We're then running that into the wires. It's creating a magnetic field. Well, what do you think the next step is?
Magnetic field in the region around the coil. Tune a second coil to the same resonant frequency as the source, and it will couple.
What? Well, no, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? Get another circuit that's the same resonant frequency that can sort of pick up that magnetic. You've got one pumping out the magnetic field, another one the same that can feel the magnetic field and generate the electricity. So you can move the electricity through the air without any wires touching. My generator's creating the electricity. Bear in mind, we have to put work in. We have to have a steam generator. Or in Tesla's case, I think he was using DC power generators, ironically. But you pump that power into the circuit. The circuit creates the magnetic field. The magnetic field creates the electricity in the adjacent circuit. And they don't have to touch. They don't have to touch. That's cool, isn't it? That's really interesting and really cool.
Resonating anywhere within that region and converting the oscillating magnetic field into an electrical current within the second coil. This response is called highly coupled magnetic resonance.
Again, physics words, highly coupled, very, like they go like Lego bricks that fit together. They're the same system. They're not like one coil's all higgledy-piggledy and the other coil's like a big square. Like they're the same sort of coil. So they create the same sort of magnetism. Resonance, we call it. Resonance comes into this now. If you tap a wine glass and it goes ding, and you go ah, you've seen them shatter the wine glass. The pressure waves are the same resonance that the glass waves, and it can actually shatter the glass. Resonance can do some quite interesting things. Resonance. So we know what resonance is. We know what magnetism is. We know that highly coupled means that these are very, like Lego bricks, highly coupled. They really work together really well. And we can create this wireless power. This is critical. We finally got somewhere. It hasn't been done. I hope you're still with me 2 hours into this. It's going to be a big one today. We finally found something that, all this Tartaria stuff is the Blackpool Tower generating electricity out the air. Is the Eiffel Tower generating electricity out the air? What are these things on these buildings, electricity generators? Well, what we could say is they could be sending out power. They could be, if you put a giant Tesla coil, a giant coil like these with the magnetic resonance on top of the tower in the shape of a toroid, which they haven't, but if you did, then you could generate a magnetic field. And then you could pick up on that magnetic field with your telly at home if you had the right resonant receiver. So you could create a magnetic field of energy and people could tap into the energy, essentially. But you have to power it. It's not free energy. It's not free power. You have to pump the electricity into the system. You have to turn those magnets. Somebody has to generate the power, and it's usually through previously generated electricity, direct current, or steam engine or work or whatever, electric petrol generator, petrol generator turning a magnet which turns a thing which creates this power. Yeah, okay, but you have to power it. So Tesla wasn't working on creating free power in the sense that it's from nothing. At home, I switch on my lights, they're not plugged into anything, and boom, they just come on out of nowhere. No, someone has to turn the handle at his end. Someone has to generate the electricity. But at my end, it's free. It's in the ether. It's in the air. It's just there, and I just tap into the source. It's a bit like if the national grid in my country said, no more bills, tearing up the electricity bills. You just plug in when you want. I'd say free power. But it's not free. They're still running the generators. You see what I'm saying? That's what he was working on, and that's where the crossover comes. That's where the confusion comes. Even if those towers were used to generate this electricity and send it out, to multiply it, to connect to the circuit and send it out, even if that were the case, it's not free. Someone has to pay for it. And that's where Tesla's problems came in.
By attaching the second coil to a device, such as the battery of an electric car or a mobile phone, this current can be made to do useful work. The source can be either centimeters or meters away from the device being powered, and can deliver power through walls or around metal obstacles. The power can even be distributed across multiple devices at once.
I mean, that looks really good, doesn't it? Wireless technology. Why aren't we doing that? Well, we are. Your toothbrush charges on that system. Your iPhone will probably charge on that. Your iWatch charges with that system. Lots of things these days use that system. It's not unknown. It's not out there like wild fantasy, Star Trek. We use that for all sorts of devices these days.
So by a simple trick of physics, power is transferred wirelessly. Nikola Tesla would be proud.
You could put these resonators in walls, in floors, in ceilings.
And then, because this is from The Economist, bear in mind, here's someone that's running a business where he's created those resonators for modern day, put it underneath your telly works on the resonator, charge your phone on the resonator. This is now, this was uploaded in 2010, so this is now 12 years out of date, and we have phone chargers that are battery, wireless. So we're using that power now. That's how your iWatch charges. I mean, look at the phones that they were practicing on there. We've come a long way. So we're using that technology now. And here's another question. Does it work in reverse though? Surely I can get my big tower up in the sky and I can put my copper wire on it, and if there's a magnetic field in the world, I can just start using the world's magnets. If the magnetic field two things. The magnetic field in the world would have to be alternating current, wouldn't it? It'd have to be going back and forth, as we've seen. That's what generates this field. I did a bit of deeper investigation. Direct current still generates a field, but a much weaker field. So you have to have like exponentially more direct current to create the same field. So you'd have to have like 10 times the electricity. It just doesn't work. It burns through the wires before you can draw your power, because they have to pump so much power through the cables. And that is why Tesla had problems. We'll talk about Tesla's problems in a minute. But Tesla had the better system. His competitors didn't want to use it because you can do it for. I'll talk about it now. Tesla's system would have given everyone free power. You wouldn't have been able to stop people from getting on the grid, would you? Let's say I generate the power in my generator and I pump it out through the Blackpool Tower or through the Empire State Building, through a Tesla thing, and it goes out into the world in a big electromagnetic field. And everyone at home turns on their telly and they've got their telly on. How do I charge you for using my power? I'm turning the handle. You need to pay me. But I can't stop you from using it because it's out there in the sky. I can't stop you. I'd have to come round and check if you're using it. And it just doesn't work. So instead, they abandoned that and they wanted the power to go down lines into boxes so you can see how much you're using. That's why we've got electricity meters. That's why this didn't catch on as the global system for sharing power. This has its limitations too. You need a big electromagnetic field to generate the power. And let's say you're in the countryside somewhere, who's got the field that can reach you? Doesn't work. You have to have a load of links all the like for the electric cars to run on these have to be under all the roads. Like there's a lot of network that has to be, an infrastructure that has to be built, and you can't reclaim the money, so it doesn't work out socially. So Tesla's ideas never caught on, but the down the wire and the meter, that did catch on, and they ended up using alternating current for that. Of course, you know, you've got an alternating current in your house. So the company, Edison's company, that ripped off Tesla and fucked him over, they ended up more successful, but the alternating current that Edison and Westinghouse were promoting ended up beating both of them. So it wasn't like one thing that we dug up out the ground and this, it was like mix and match and this and that, and then it got there, and then eventually we got to a sort of standardized version. And talking of robber barons, like we were earlier, yes, it's the robber barons. They didn't want you to have it for free because they're turning the handle. So they had to find a way of charging you money, and that's why we've got where we are today. Can it work in reverse though? Surely the electromagnetic field of the Earth can power that. Well, no, because like you say, alternating current, isn't it? Alternating current. It has to be doing... The electromagnetic field is like a stationary magnet. So if it doesn't alternate, if it doesn't move, if it doesn't therefore move your bike chain, if it just gives your bike chain one pull and then it's pulled, that's useless. So no, it doesn't work in reverse. It doesn't work in reverse unless we can generate a huge alternating magnetic current without turning the handle. No, it doesn't work. We'll come on to that in a bit, but like that's where Tesla's problems came in. And of course he was talking to pigeons and he was having some funny ideas as well.
Electric car or a mobile phone, this current can be made to do useful work.
But bear this in mind. This is obviously 12 years ago now. They've got an antenna, and what they're doing here is they're picking up on the electromagnetic signals, lower frequencies that we use for things like radio and television, and they're using that through exactly that system that I just described to charge that phone.
And it stands for wireless ambient radio power. According to them, we are just entering the boom years.
So let's say you have to read an incredibly long email from your boss that you have to finish before the big
of energy harvesting.
We're receiving energy from the TV towers that are 4 kilometers out that way. They're putting out a megawatt of power. This TV antenna picks up the radio signal, comes through this coax cable here, little rectifying circuit, turns the radio signal into regular DC voltage, just like a battery would put out. And right now it's powering this kitchen thermometer.
So I don't know about a coaxial circuit and stuff, but what I do know is exactly what I've just been describing, taking the radio waves, turning them into the magnetic energy and powering a thermometer. So 12 years ago it was a thermometer, today it's probably a thermometer still. We can't, the problem is you can't generate enough power out of the ether because we're not pumping enough energy into it. The energy waves we use are low energy waves, so they only power low energy devices even if you can harvest them. So whilst it is a free energy device, let's bear that in mind, it's not a free energy device unless the television people pump out the energy. They're pumping out a megawatt of TV waves. So the problem here is that, again, it's not free energy. It's free to us, but it's not free if no one's turning the handle. Someone still has to turn the handle to pump out the waves. But if we can find a source of waves, we can create free energy. That's the same as Tesla developed hydroelectric power. If you can turn that turbine, turn the generator, it probably is on the bike generator, it probably is a chuffing magnet on a handle. If you can turn that turbine, you can create the electricity. So that's where we start to get our modern forms of free energy, hydroelectric or solar. Every form of energy is solar. The energy from the sun created the oil and the coal. You know, it's energy from the sun that was trapped by plants that was then pressurized under the earth. It's energy from the sun. That's and the energy from the sun is nuclear energy because it's a nuclear reactor. So really, nuclear energy is the most natural free source of energy, and that's what we're working on today in our most modern energy production, isn't it? Nuclear energy, solar energy, wind energy, converting it to electrical energy. And the only difference in what Tesla was suggesting is, do we want to give it all away free by just pumping it into the atmosphere so you can just switch on your lights if you've got a Tesla coil on top of your house? No, we don't. We want to make sure people pay for it because we live in a capitalist economy. That's a political decision. That's how it is.
So as we turn this away from the TV tower... a 911 button that does nothing but sends this, one very...
And he suggests that these very low signals could still be used to do things. For example, it could be your emergency 911 signal if you fall in the river or something. They can do little, like they can program your clock so that your clock doesn't turn off, but they can't do big amounts of work. But that's interesting stuff, isn't it? That's really interesting stuff. Next, we've got making a DIY Tesla tower. Next, we've got making your own Tesla tower.
Everyone loves spreadsheets.
Shut up.
Intact. The fall of potential measurement for the foundation anchors indicated less than an ohm.
What I love about this, right? This guy, he's so into this, he's done the research and he's gone to the actual place where Tesla lived to recreate the Wardenclyffe Tower. Now, what happened with Tesla was he left Edison. They had a falling out. He was with this other fella, Wardenclyffe, and he built this tower because he wanted to see if he could do this projecting the energy out into the world. He never finished it. It never got built. It never got sorted. Another thing that Tesla wanted to do, we'll come on to in a minute, was to try and generate enough power to suck it in. We'll look at that finally in a minute. But
Tesla built the famous Wardenclyffe facility in the early 1900s. But unfortunately...
Note, the top of Tesla's tower is what it's all about. The actual framework there, the framework is to dissipate electricity if for any reason it accidentally gets hit and like all starts to electrify. It's to dissipate that electricity. But the top is what is used to generate that electrical field. So it's not about the structure of the tower in terms of the upward towery bit. That's irrelevant. What's relevant is what's at the top. That big toroid shape of circles of copper wire which creates that electric field. That's what's relevant. And that's not what we see on the Tartaria towers. But,
he lost funding and creditors demolished the tower before he could operate it at high power levels. The lab had a 200 kilowatt generator.
The lab had a 200 kilowatt generator. Look at that. See that? That's one of Edison's generators. This is the irony. This is with the irony. Edison's generators. Where's my watch later for Edison's generator? Haven't I got an Edison generator on this list? Yes, here. This is an Edison generator. Like this is actually an Edison generator. It's not like a pretend one. This is one with his name on. It's actually got his fucking name on it, engraved on it. Created by Edison, sold by Edison. And what it does is all those things I was just describing. You've got the wires, you've got the magnets, you've got the spin creating the magnetic field and doing work. You can look into Edison's DC motor and generator if you want. It's all there. We've been discussing it today. So what's ironic about what Tesla's doing, look, there it is. There's a picture of his actual generator. You can see those same things, those... Anyway, look. He needs a fucking great big generator. Edison does. He can't just turn on his system and the electricity's coming in out the static in the air. That's not what's happening. If he wants to send electricity out to the homes and houses around the way and power the light bulbs outside in his office with free energy, he has to have a fucking great big generator to do it. So it's not free energy, it's free sharing, cost to create.
So the tower could have run up to about 200 kilowatts output. Earlier this year, the curators at the museum there asked if I could bring a Tesla coil to their celebration of Tesla's birthday on July 13th. This seemed like a great opportunity to finally visit the historic site and make some detailed measurements of the tower foundation that I've wondered about for years. Clearly, the best Tesla coil choice for this event would have been to simply rebuild Tesla's original 187-foot-tall Wardenclyffe Tower. Unfortunately, the world seems to have no interest in doing so. However, I've been working on the design for a twin 121-foot-tall tower for lightning research, and I've just completed a fully functional 1/3 scale prototype for engineering studies.
Right, interesting here. This one, the lightning research he was talking about, he's built two of them. because they literally can conduct across distance. One can send out the electrical energy, the other can receive it. They're not always supposed to be connected through electricity lightning like that, but he's using it to conduct lightning research. But you know, if you've got two of these great big Tesla towers, one of them can create a huge electromagnetic field, and remember what we're saying, the other one that's exactly the same can receive it. So he's created them, he's built them himself. It's not like this is hidden tech. If you want to make one of these, you can make. It's kind of dangerous in a way if you don't know what you're doing, but you know, you can make, I'm not suggesting you should, but electricians and people who know what they're doing and physicists, they can make them. So there's no hidden. Do you know what I mean? If these are generating free electricity, then he'd be powering his fucking computer off it. He's not.
And I've just completed a fully functional 1/3 scale prototype for engineering studies. It's nowhere near 187 feet tall, but at least it can run in the 200 kilowatt range that Tesla intended for Wardenclyffe.
So he's got the same sort of kit. He's got it in his van. He's gone down there and he's set the bugger up. He's showing you how it works. Now this is really interesting. For this experiment, for generating electricity within the building and pumping it out to the rest of the world without wires, he's actually got these central pipes, and they suggest they're for grounding. Okay, 4 tunnel extensions on the bottom. There's another thing we're going to look at in a minute about generating electricity that this is related to, but for now let's just say it's got a ground in the middle and it goes to the ground because that makes sense for this purpose. And so he sets the fucker up.
Foundation. And here's the tower ready to operate, with blue clearance lights added along the old tower foundation, indicating the strike range.
So what he means there, I think those lights indicate how far the electricity will cast in an arc, but it also might be that they're illuminated by the electromagnetic power. I don't know, because, you know, I don't know. Impressive, huh? Why does a Tesla... But bear in mind, you've got to pump power into that. Why does Tesla coil arc? You've got to pump power into that to generate... That's not generating it. You're pumping that in. You're turning the handle. You're spinning the magnet. Why does a Tesla... Sorry, coil arc? So people are making these things, yeah?
Imagine if manufacturing automation was
like, again, not hidden tech, just old tech, maybe.
Hey, it's Norm from Tesla.com. I'm here in Austin, Texas for South by Southwest, but it turns out that there are Tesla coils here. I'm in the warehouse of... So you work with a team of people, not only build these...
Quite a bit of power. But then what we do is we take it, we stick it into this bottom box down here, and what's down here is a big giant contactor that is actuated by this emergency stop switch. And then it goes into a big 3-phase filter, and then the top box here actually is our power supply. And what it does is it takes that 208 3-phase, it rectifies it into DC, and then it boosts it anywhere from 300 to 600 volts depending on our environment, how loud we want the coils to be.
Interesting, we talked about transformers earlier. You know these coils and these electromagnetic fields that we talked about? You've got those coils of wire and they give off those fields. If one coil is like twice the size of the other one, you can change the amount of voltage that passes between them. So he's talking about stepping it up with the transformer. You can take and you can increase, but you can't create energy out of nowhere. As you increase voltage, remember you had voltage, was it current equals voltage over resistance? As you increase voltage, you change that form. You change one number in the formula, the other number changes in proportion because they're connected. So interesting though, this is one of the magical things that we do with this electromagnetism in all sorts of things. Transformers are normal. Your electricity comes in on wires to a transformer box, and that changes it from fucking devastating killer power that can easily travel across the wires to not so devastating killer power that can power your house in a different way. Transformers are another whole topic, but they work on that exact same principle, and everyone works with them, knows about them. It's not secret tech.
to be.
Yeah.
And then it also power factor corrects our power too, allowing us to pull the maximum amount of power from the wall.
From the wall, because when you're AC, it's going through a
Correct.
cycle, and as you were describing to me earlier, you're trying to pull as much power from all points of that cycle as opposed to just the peaks.
Correct, exactly.
So you know, they're pulling the power out the wall to power their electric Tesla coils. A transformer used charge a capacitor to high voltage. The voltage comes so high an arc forms in the gap. This allows the current to flow into the primary circuit. As the energy transfer is complete, the arc extinguishes and the process repeats. So it's that thing about the capacitor building up. Do you remember what we said about the glass, and it can take the charge through it, but it doesn't actually produce a charge, like a current, sorry. The capacitor, so like this electricity builds up and then it fires out, and it builds up and it fires out, creating this current in the primary circuit. So that's what's happening. This is where it starts to get a bit, you know, for me, it starts to get a bit like, God, oh God. But it's Tesla, isn't it? This is what we're talking about. So, where have we got up to now? Where have we got up to now? Poor Tesla. We've seen people making their own Tesla towers. Okay. There's one, I wanted to quickly show you this one, because I actually love this one, so I will quickly show you this. This is homeschoolers making electricity with magnets. Not this woman with her horrible phone. This is homeschoolers making electricity with magnets.
And this is Queen. And I'm Andy.
And today we're going to continue playing with magnets. If you recall from Whittle and I's eddy current experiment, when you drop a magnet through a roll of aluminum foil, it slows down as it goes through. Also from a control panel,
they do actual experiments. This is really good homeschool. Do you remember we watched that? We have a look at that homeschool channel. We watched that homeschool channel. She's awful. That Trust and Truth fucking Tartaria channel. She's awful. She's got a new video we're going to look at soon. But this is actually real good homeschool. Like a proper homeschool with like doing experiments. Like really impressed.
tall. And so, as Wendell has us a second magnet now. So as you move the magnet by this wire, you get that same displacement of electrons. Or what do you think? Do you know how it works?
Just why?
Why?
So he's able to explain it on his homeschool with his kids. So it's everything we've been talking about there, isn't it? Moving the magnet through the wire.
Yeah, we got it there. Do it again, buddy.
Look, they're measuring it. It's creating electricity. It's good, isn't it? It's good. Right. Now we get into the. Now we're going to get into the weird world. Okay. Now we're going to take a step into something beyond my understanding. I think. Yeah. I think I've been able to just about handle all that we've done. It's like going to physics class 101 over and over again. I think, but we've got something else that's being thrown at us now, right? We've absolutely seen that these things are normal, the Tesla coils. We know how they work now. We know they were designed to transmit electricity. We know why we don't transmit electricity like that, because of course it would just be for free and then people would just get their electricity for free. But there's one thing that was leveled at us, which is that these things could be generators. These things could be generators. And what we would need for that generation to happen is we'd need to have our fucking giant Tesla coils up out in, you know, we'd all have to be connected with Tesla coils. I would have to have a Tesla coil system. So my house has got a Tesla coil that can resonate with the main Tesla coil in the area, which is pumping out power. Why is it pumping out power? Because next to it is another Tesla coil, which is connected to electromagnetic field, which is alternating, which is powering that, you know, that's what we need, okay? That's what we need. So what I then found out was that, by God, the Earth has a double electrical heartbeat. Charged by thunderstorms and other weather, the global electric circuit connects the entire planet. Now, this is something that Tesla was on. You know, we're like 3 hours into this, and I haven't got 2 hours into this. I haven't got a fact sheet signed by Tesla to say this is true. But do your research, I'll do mine, whatever. If you do the research, this is what I've found. I'm going to tell it you, and if you do it and find the same thing, good. If not, good, whatever. I found out that Tesla had some other ideas, like the talking to pigeons, some other funny ideas, and ideas that he didn't publish that he alluded to. One of them was this famous quote. Tesla understanding the world vibrations. Not Elsa. Tesla. You know, you'd think it'd just come up with the chuffing quote, wouldn't you? Here you are. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. If you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. Well, that's vague, isn't it? I mean, was he on one of his pigeon moments there? Was he having a loop? Or does he mean, you know, we're talking about electromagnetic fields, their frequency, the vibration of them. I mean, I don't know when he said this, what he was thinking about. I don't know if he was talking about how to stir a cup of tea. But if you want to find the secrets of the universe, think in terms of energy, frequency, and vibration. And, you know, far be it from me to assume that one man born in the 1800s, who lived in the new 1900s new world, that one man who had mental problems and talked to pigeons would have the secrets of the universe. Far be it from me to think that. But if he did, that's what he's alluding to. It's illusory. You can't get much out of it. But people think, oh, that means you can your vibrations and then you fixed it. Or, you know, you can, if I can vibrate something at the right frequency, then I can fix some shit. You know, if I can vibrate things at the right frequency, then I can fix some shit. I've got two lists of things here, and why have I not got the wrong list open now? Where's my list? Where's my list? I've lost my way. Watch history. Tesla. This is the wrong channel's watch history. Oh, God. All right, I'm losing my way. Watch later. That's not what I wanted. Okay. Quick, don't use... Oh, no, don't let my brain... I'm having a brain fart and I'm losing my brain. That's that channel. I had it open. I must have closed it. So I've seen a Tesla video by one of these shenanigans, you know, by one of these people that get you this far and then like leave you over the cliff and tell you some weird shit, where they basically said that through electrical resonance, because we talked about resonance earlier, do you remember the electromagnetic resonance? Through resonance, you can power a Tesla generator, essentially. Through vibration, through understanding the right hertz, the right vibration, you can find the magic frequency, and you can do work with that. It's rubbish, and I'll show you why it's rubbish. It's a confusion between these ideas. We saw earlier that guy was pulling electricity out the sky with his antennae, but it was only very low amounts, not enough to do any actual... You know, to power a thermometer, to power your watch battery. You can do that. It's only in very low amounts. And the reason is because we're not pumping out high energy waves and they're not resonating in the atmosphere. Studying Earth's double electric heartbeat, Tesla had another idea that higher up in the atmosphere there was more electricity, and that the sun, being a nuclear reactor, was charged in one aspect, and that the Earth, being a big ball of rock with iron in the middle and magnetic fields, was charged in another way, and that you could create some sort of cosmic circuit between the two, and you could feed off that resonance. He never got it sorted. He never made it. That might have been a pigeon's idea. He might be right, but unless we can get the resonance going, it's not good enough just to have the vibration. Unless you can get the resonance going, it's not just good enough to have the vibration. It's not good enough to say we can... 1001 hertz is the perfect number. Whatever the hertz. You know, it's not good enough to say I vibrate like that by playing this note. Or chugging this thing or whatever. It vibrates at that. That's not good enough. You need the resonance as well. But look. There's a global electric current. Lightning pumps charge into the atmosphere. as do galactic cosmic rays. So this thing that Tesla was talking about is kind of right. Electrified clouds that don't produce lightning shoulder a share of the burden equal to that of lightning. Dust, pollutants and other particles in the lower atmosphere play a role in the global electric circuit, as does the changing of the seasons. You're looking at the total integrated effects of all electrified weather across the globe. Right, we know this, don't we? You have electrical storms. There is like a global electric circuit. Here it is. So we've got solar energetic protons. We've got field-aligned currents. We've got the actual magnetic current of the Earth. We've got galactic cosmic rays. We've got transient current generators like thunderclouds, magnetic field lines that interact with those, fair weather return currents. So it's like weather. It's like magnetic electric weather. Well, that's what weather is, isn't it? That's what thunderclouds are. They are weather, and they are magnetic and electric, charged, and yes. Yes. If you want to use that to power your globe, to power your flat Earth, whatever, to power your system, you've got a problem, because you have to wait for the electric clouds to come around. And, Tesla wasn't out there in thunderstorms saying, well, hey, now we've got power, let's start cooking. You might be able to use that to charge things like the Leyden jars we saw at the very start of the episode, but it's not consistent. It's inconsistently consistent, if anything. And the amount of power that it generates compared to the huge, dangerous lightning strikes is inconsequential. It's about resonance. It's about resonance. Why do I keep saying that? The total current flowing in the global circuit, and therefore the total reaching the surface, is about 1,800 amperes. The potential of the upper atmosphere is about 300 kilovolts compared with the surface. The total power in the global circuit is 1 gigawatt, the equivalent of a modest-sized biomass-burning power station at best. So we've got like one crappy coal station, and that's the whole of the system. It's not enough. There's not enough power. There's not enough. But we can measure it, and we know it's there. But there's not enough. The cycle reflects the peak of global thunderstorm activity, which feeds 3 electrical chimneys over the Americas, Africa, and the maritime continent. Utilising this would be similar to utilising the wind, but we get more out of the wind to turn our generators. Africa appears to dominate the AC circuit, which is driven only by lightning. The lightning discharges produce flow, low-frequency radio waves that race around the planet, guided by the cavity formed by the charged ionosphere in the surface. This is where we get clever. The waves combine and amplify each other, producing an electromagnetic effect known as a Schumann resonance. The primary resonance is at a frequency of about 8 hertz. Shit. So we can resonate. We can create that resonance. This is an artist impression. We've got the atmosphere. And within the atmosphere, we create resonance with electromagnetic fields. We don't. It just happens automatically. But it's only about 8 hertz. The idea here is it's like sitting inside a ringing bell. Remember the glass? Ah! But this is exactly what we need for our Tesla towers to work. You need 2 towers that resonate and share the... What we need is a tower that's the same resonance as the Schumann resonance. And that tower can suck in the electromagnetic energy, essentially, and can produce that current. The problem is it's at 8 hertz. So all the lightning, all the power, all that, it's at 8 hertz. Like, that's not enough. There's a paradox involving the AC and DC circuits. America wins the DC circuit. It peaks around 7 o'clock UT. But if you look at global lightning, Africa wins. We're trying to get a handle on the reason. We don't know all about it yet. But we know that the Earth is producing electricity, and we know it's not enough for us to harness. But look, it has a double electric heartbeat. So this is where things can get confusing, can't they? Because we're just normal people. And if we don't, unlike I don't, understand the full in-depth science behind all that, I've just taken you on a real journey of electricity today. Real journey that allowed us to see into Tesla's mind and what he's been doing. Sending electricity out through the Tesla towers, connecting them. We found out that you haven't got enough potential energy in the universal circuit to power enough stuff. We're really getting to these ideas. This is where the ideas get confused, isn't it? Because if there was enough energy, you could power the things. So that would be like a lovely dream. And if we can talk about that on our Tartaria videos, then it sounds a bit, you know, it's even conceivable because it's like actual real science. Look, electric power from the Earth's magnetic field. A loophole in a result from a classical electromagnetism could allow a simple device on the Earth's surface to generate electric current from the planet's magnetic field. Oh, but it's tiny again. The Earth's spinning. There's the magnetic field. You place your device. The magnetic field spins. Your device picks that up. Look at the whole thing they've written about it. Here's the references. The problem is that a cylinder 20 centimeters long and 2 centimeters across generates tens of nanowatts of microvolts. There could be a way to increase those numbers, but at the moment we're just doing experimental tests to show it works. It's based on sound physics, but he's less optimistic about the possibility of scaling up. So people are trying this, but they're not having a lot of success. And they're the top physics people right now. This one makes me laugh as well. I like this next one. Earth resonance power generator. That's exactly what we want, isn't it? That's what Tesla was doing. That's what we've discovered. Hello, Jade. Hello, Martin. Hello, Tartaria. I hope you're watching. If you are, please leave me a comment. Here it is. The Earth resonance power generator. If only we could do that. That's what Tesla was on about, isn't it? Now, this is going to blow your mind. Remember earlier I was talking about Tesla's tower and I said it had a grounding thing in the middle. They actually think, and Tesla did try, to not use that as a grounding thing in the middle, but to use that as part of the Earth's circuit. The reason it tapped so deep and had those 4 tunnels into the water, so deep into the water table, was he was going to use the water and the Earth as one half of this current and circuit, and up the tower, out into the atmosphere, out into the space where the sun and that's our big circuit. Our atmosphere, the resonance, that's our big circuit. What he thought, what Tesla thought was, if he could get the lightning to strike his tower in the correct way, down that Earth central column, and connect the circuit, that it would somehow be connected and running, and it's like jump starting a car. Once he got it going, it would stay going. He never had success with that. Didn't even manage to finish the tower, did he? Remember? Didn't manage to make the tower. But bear in mind, right? The reason that Tesla... This is just a chat about Tesla now and what happened to his life, but it's true. Tesla fell out with... not Einstein, Edison. And he fell out with Edison because he wanted to do DC power, not AC power. So he went and did his DC power with Westinghouse. He built the tower and all that. Westinghouse fell out with him when he wanted to give the power out for free. I want to use my magnets to send the power out. I don't want to use wires. Wires are rubbish. You have to plug everything. Like today, we don't want wires, do we? We want this electromagnetic. We're using it for our toothbrush charger now. So we're doing away with the wires now. Tesla was right. But he wasn't fully right. We need to get the power into the houses so we can charge people down the wire. And then in the house, you can use it as an electric field that you can plug it fine. Do what you want when you've paid for it. So him and Westinghouse fell out. They tore down the tower. He lost his investors. I don't think you're great, Tesla. You're a good inventor, but you keep... Like, why invent something we can't charge for? So he ended up without any of the money or the acclaim. Westinghouse made his money on his electric system. Edison and their company, the General Electric Company, made money through their wires. They adopted his alternating current. Yeah, they took his ideas that worked and adopted them. If you'd had other ideas that worked, they would have also adopted them too. Because all they were interested in was making money. So the idea that worked, the resonant thing, couldn't make them any money. They didn't take it on. But if they could have found an Earth resonance power generator, you can bet your bottom dollar they would have done that. Now, maybe Tesla didn't want to tell them about his Earth resonance power generator because he thought they were bad eggs and that they would just charge people money for it. Maybe. But maybe if you discover an Earth resonance power generator and you think they're bad eggs, you should tell the world. Because then everyone could generate their own power and we don't have to pay you for your wires. So the fact that Tesla didn't tell everyone how to make an Earth resonance power generator implies heavily to me that either he was shut down and his notes were burned and we never found out what he was trying to say, or he didn't say it enough. Now, in his life, he was alive enough to say enough stuff that's weird chuff, like people found out about the pigeons thing. So maybe he didn't say it because he didn't have it. It's up to you what you want to believe. The Earth resonance power generator does not exist. There are some top physics minds who would love to get that going. We just saw one of them a minute ago. We saw a big paper talking about the Earth's resonant field and how it only generates 8 hertz. And people are even trying to use that. Scale it up. They're not there yet. They haven't managed to do it. But this is a forum for some thinking minds. Hello everyone. I have a quick and dirty question to ask. I've earlier posted about how to make a coil resonate at the Schumann resonance. That's what we're talking about. Or multiples of it. And thank you for all your help so far. I thought I may as well tell you what I'm trying to do here. I have an idea to make a way to make an electrical generator that would be powered by the Schumann resonance frequency. Well, that would be the dream. The idea is rather simple. I'm confident I can get it to work if I can get all the tuning issues sorted out. That's the problem. And then he's talking about his toroid rings. He's talking about his spacings. Thinks he can get it going. His reply here, someone's replied to him, I'm afraid the magnetic field strength's too low. Measured in picotesla, which is about 10 million times weaker than the Earth's static field. So we know. We've been trying it. It's not hidden tech. It just doesn't work. Big conversation between physicists here. You know, I'm not going to get on their physics tip. But look, normal radio is in the kilohertz and megahertz range. The Schumann frequency is 7.8 hertz. It's not even kilohertz. And the radio waves were only enough to power that battery, our watch battery, our thermometer. Do you remember? We watched it on the video. So we're talking about thousands of times smaller frequencies that we need to multiply up by thousands of times just to get on a radio wave level. We'd have to multiply that by thousands of times to get to a power level. So I don't think it's going to work. That we need, but you know, this is on a physics conversation on the internet. So if it did work, you'd bet we're talking about creating a free power device. Now, how many people around the world want to be the owner of that? How many people around the world could make some money out of that? If it did work, you could damn well assume that it would work and we'd be doing it and someone would do it. And they're not hiding. This is on the internet. You can find it. These conversations. Schumann resonances and frequencies do not allow us. It seems so close. We've got an electromagnetic receiver that works on electromagnetic resonances. And if you can pump out electromagnetic resonances by cranking a handle, by doing some work, by spending some energy, not free, you can receive them. If only the Earth itself was pumping them out, we could receive them. Can we find a way of amplifying the Earth? No, it just doesn't. We can't. We haven't. Now, have a big chat about it, though. Really interesting stuff if you want to look into that. So Tesla died without creating free power. You know, he died without creating free power. Another important point about this Earth resonance power generator is if that were the case in these Tartaria buildings and on all that stuff, they would need to have toroids. Toroids are donut shapes. They're the big top of the Tesla, aren't they? They're the big top of the Tesla thing. Tesla toroid. It's that big, that shape on top, the big donut shape. That's a key part of this system. The coils of wire inside that, the shaping of it that creates the field. Yeah? You know, you can make your own at home, DIY. But it's always the same setup. It's always about these rings and fields. They don't work properly if they're not like that. You can get them in different shapes and sizes of rings and field, but they're rings of coiled wire. Yeah? Look, there's one. Free energy. Free energy. Well, free to receive, not free to pump out, unless we can find a way of making these toroids amplify and magnify the signals that we find for free in the earth, which is something we can't do. Something we can't do. Not for want of trying. Not for want of trying. But I found that all really interesting, you know. I found it really interesting. And I'll tell you the most interesting thing that I've found out of all of it, the thing that I found amazing was that the Earth's magnetic field resonance actually exists. This Earth's nuclear magnetic resonance is a geomagnetic field known as the Earth's field. It does resonate. There is a field. So these ideas can get crossed over and cross-pollinate, can't they? If you know just enough, you know enough to get confused. It does exist. There is a geomagnetic resonance. And actually, that resonance that we talked about, that Schumann resonance, it's like that, in the glass. It echoes out and it bounces back because of our atmosphere. And then it resonates with itself and it creates like a feedback loop. I'm using my own terms there, so maybe not like, I don't know, maybe that's not the right physics. I'm not a physicist. But, like, when you go deep, there are some crossovers, some crossed wires. And that's where the crossed wires are. Electromagnetic frequencies do exist. We can harness them. Absolutely. Not in enough. They don't exist in a way that we can power our cities from them without generating and turning a handle. If we generate and turn a handle, we can send out free power to everyone. It's not free. We still have to turn the handle. We are poor because we're at home turning a handle. Everyone else benefits. And they didn't want to do that. They shut it down. They wanted the wires instead. Yeah, shits, aren't they? They're real shits. We could have had better. We're not in a communist society. You don't want a communist society. We fought wars against the communists and we celebrated their demise. We tore down the Berlin Wall, but we should not have celebrated capitalism so much because it's not much better either. Remember, I'm a punk. Remember going back to the punk. Remember what I'm saying. I'm going to, find a way of finishing this off at 3 hours now. So here's my big face. It's been interesting. There's so much more to do. There's so much more research to look at if you want. Go ahead. Remember, I'm a punk. I want the free energy. I think that the governments of today have got so much money, we should be setting up Tesla towers and pumping out that field. And we should all, just not my toothbrush on wireless, everything on wireless, thank you. Put those Tesla coils underneath all the roads and have our cars with little Tesla coils in that can connect up through the electromagnetic and run free. Let's us not have to pay. As a society, let's pay together. Instead of putting all our money together and all our tax money together to buy guns and bombs and blow up innocent people in other countries, let's put our tax money together and let's take the benefit. Set up free power. There's another problem though. If we did that, it still doesn't work. Those Tesla towers, they don't generate the field in a consistent way, in a straight line direction way that we're used to with our wires. You know, if your internet doesn't work, you get angry. They have to come out and fuck about with the wires. If it was just radio waves, you know, when your mobile phone, it's like mobile phone signal. You'd go out of signal, wouldn't you? You'd get, where's the magnetic field now? I'm out of signal. Where's the nearest Tesla tower? I can't run any of my shit. We'd get angry. Some people would still want wires. You know, I don't have the answers. The world is a higgledy-piggledy mess. But yes, robber barons prevented us from exploring free energy. Well, not free. Yes, Tesla was able to pump out electromagnetic waves. It wasn't free. No, the Blackpool Tower was not once a great big toroid to power Blackpool. There wasn't even a town there. No, the Tartaria buildings are not harvesting electrostatic electricity. No, that's not how that works. It has to be electromagnetic. And it wouldn't be harvesting. It would have to be in the presence of a field. And that field would have to be alternating. Which is why we have to pump it out. We have to turn the handle. Or create the resonance. The resonance only gives us 8 hertz. It falls apart when you try and put it into it. It's a lovely idea. It's a lovely idea. And I think, give us 200,000 years. You know, the Starship Enterprise is probably powered by something like that. I don't know. But right now, what we're up to, and 100 years what we're up to, and 200 years what we're up to, and go beyond that, you know, go start from caveman, go through the Stone Age and the Iron Age, the Bronze Age, eventually get to us. This is the top brass now. This is the top shit. And yeah, there's economics involved, and it shits it up. But no, it still doesn't work without that. So I hope we got somewhere with that. You know, I hope we learned something together. I mean, I hope that... yeah, look, you've got electricity outages in your little villages because we have to pump the electricity down the wires, and sometimes the wires fail as well, don't we? So, but that you would not get electricity, I doubt, if we had the free system, because they just wouldn't bother putting a Tesla tower up in your village because there's not enough people. It wouldn't be. Do you know what I mean? I don't know how it would work, but you'd have to all live close to the Tesla tower. I'm telling you that. But yeah. Oh, it just... I think we've got somewhere with that. I think we've learned a lot about Tesla and electricity. Well, I certainly have over the last week. And I wanted to share it with you because there was someone in our comments that was talking about electromagnetic frequencies. And they're right. They exist. They're absolutely right. They do exist. And I was like, what do you mean electromagnetic frequencies? The Blackpool Tower's not reading them. No, it's not. No, it's not. If it was, you'd build it in a different way. And if it was producing them and pumping them out, it would have to have power generators in the basement, so it wouldn't be free. And if it was sucking it in from the outside air, then it would have to have some form of increasing that resonance, and it would have to be built in such a way that it resonated with whatever was present in the air. And that's not the Tesla, that's not that shape, that's not that the Blackpool Tower. It doesn't work. I'm not going to repeat myself over and over. I hope we've done a really good, interesting episode on Tesla, though. If anyone's got anything interesting to say, put it in the comments. Put it in the comments for me. In the actual... we're recording all these comments, the chat, on the screen. But put it in the actual comments, and I'll try and, you know, pull it out, talk about it, give you the respect of, you know, showing you are the one making the comment. Yeah, you know, I'm not trying to hide anything. I hope that's been good. I hope it's been good. What else did I have on my watch later? Because I prepared so much notes and stuff that I got lost in it. Oh, this one was funny. Let's watch this one.
I think we should explore a few solutions.
I'm skipping it by mistake. The adverts just really annoy me. You know, the adverts really annoy me. They really annoy me. Really annoy me. I'm going to finish with a couple of Electro Boom videos. Electro Boom is a YouTuber, and I don't care what you believe anymore. But if you think he's some... I'd have just done the sync, won't I, by pressing the wrong thing. If you think he's some shill or some fake, then fine, I don't care. I don't know anything about him, I just watch him on YouTube. But he seems to know a bit about electricity, and a bit more than me. I've just done the... So he's got a couple of videos about this sort of thing, so I think we'll watch those to finish.
To crush some kids' dreams. No. I like to put an end to some kid's future. It's not good. Let's just say some kid has made some claims that need rectification. Roll the intro.
The rectifier!
Enough with the intro. There is this kid, Maxwell Lohan, who's seemingly a genius and has invented an awesome free energy harvesting device. He has been interviewed 2 years ago by a TV network. Here's his shortened interview.
This is pretty cool. A real-life Dexter's laboratory.
Dressed in his lab coat.
Yeah,
Pretty damn good prank that made him end up on TV. That takes smarts. Let me quickly show you why this is fake. At least I respect his claim compared to devices with more than 100% efficiency towards kids. And I'm talking to you too. Keep your hate to yourselves. I don't want anybody to harass this kid. Understood?
A few months ago, Max took the matter into his own hands and created this electromagnetic harvester out of a coffee can, some wire, 2 coils, and a spoon.
So look, that's the harvester, isn't it? That's what we're talking about. He's got the wires, he's harvesting the electromagnetism from the air, and he's powering things with it, he's claiming. And we're going to see that it's probably a hoax, but if it were real, we've just done all our learning and we've learned that, I mean, okay, it was just a website I showed you, but we've done all our learning and we've learned that you can't do, that doesn't work. It doesn't, there's not enough power to generate it. You have to then do that and amplify that, or you have to amplify the actual resonance of the magnetism in the room somehow and then draw it. But you're not doing that. You're just doing the first bit, which if you understand Tesla and Tesla coils, you might say, well, can't you do a Tesla coil in reverse and instead of pumping out energy, suck it in? Yeah, that's as far as he's got. And this is why it fools people, because the hoax works because you think, well, it could work, couldn't it? I don't understand physics enough to be able to categorically prove no. I don't understand the resonant frequencies of the earth and the Schumann resonance. I've heard of Tesla, I haven't heard of Schumann resonance, so I can't prove it's wrong. But now we can.
And a spoon. Never forget to spoon.
This cost me $14.
The harvester conducts radio waves, thermal and static energy, and turns it into electricity.
And that's the lie.
This wire takes the energy from the air. Down below here, we turn it from AC into DC.
I suppose using my patented full bridge rectifier.
So we take the device outside and wrap up Max's brother into a string of LED lights.
No, he's got a bucket there that you can't see into.
Lights.
Bing!
A 14.
You know how much I hate free energy claims, and I'll show you why this is fake. But obviously, this kid has been doing a pretty damn good prank that made him end up on TV. That takes smarts. Let me quickly show you why this is fake.
I'll tell you another, before he gets into why it's fake, I'll tell you why you know it's fake. Because if that kid could do it, then they'd be kicking his door in for the patent. Get it done. Let's have it. Wouldn't they? He'd be a millionaire. He knew Elon Musk. No, he's still living with his parents in the messing around in the garage, like on the news in colloquial America. How can it be real if it? Wouldn't that be changing the world?
At least I respect his claim compared to devices with.
And wouldn't they be like, you know, murdering him? The powers that be, the big they. Wouldn't they murder him?
More than 100% efficiency. He's claiming he's pulling energy from already existing but never tapped into source of electromagnetic energy. Discovering new things is always possible, right? To put it simple, what he made, including the wire and the coils and the bucket and the spoon, don't forget the spoon, would work barely up to 1 megahertz from my experience with Tesla coils. And
so here's a guy who's built his own Tesla coils, he knows all about electricity, and he's saying what we just learned after 3 hours is that, yeah, it don't even pull a megahertz, mate.
There is no significant wireless energy in those ranges. Let's look at the LED string he turned on. If my estimation is correct, he had 30 strings on the front, which makes it 60 around, and there are 6 turns, so 360 white LEDs. Let's say 300. White LEDs require around 3 volts across them to turn on, and let's assume a low current of 5 milliamp through them, which means every white LED is consuming 15 milliwatts of power.
So he's done that equation. He's done voltage equals current and divided by resistance. He's worked out the resistance of the LEDs by working out how much voltage and current is flowing. You see, it works. It's physics.
Times 300. It means that the whole string is consuming 4.5 watts of power pulled from thin air. Now I cut 5 meters of wire and I'm gonna put it in a big loop in my room so it picks up the electromagnetic fields. It's not a perfect antenna, but it's kind of similar to what Max used, beside the spoon. Now if I probe one side of the wire and connect the other side of it to the probe ground, my loop will pick up the electromagnetic energy in the room that shows up as this fuzz on the scope screen, which is made of many different frequencies. But if I measure the maximum amplitude of all these, it's less than 1 volt, and actually I noticed that all these spikes are...
So what he's managed to find is the electromagnetic frequencies that are in the room. They're the frequencies that are literally there. He's showing you them on his receiver there. It's showing you the spikes of the electromagnetism, and there are a few spikes. One of them was generated by his camera.
Generated by my camera and go away if I turn it off. So not enough to power I hate obvious claims that everyone believes. Now my scope has a very good FFT function that shows what that fuzzy noise looks like in frequency domain. You want the scope? Fine, I'll give away.
He sells the scopes. But he also notices that one of these peaks
Brilliant is the best place to learn science interactively. It gets you.
He also finds that one of those peaks is created by the radio waves. And
no. First of all, these are around 100 megahertz, way above what the magic bucket can handle. And second, for example, this peak is at 98.3 megahertz. 98.3? It's an FM radio station.
So there you go. There is electromagnetic energy in the air, and it's being produced by us pumping out radio waves and television waves. We saw that earlier, and you can use that with an antenna to turn it into energy. That kid's not doing that with his bucket. It wouldn't power those LEDs. It would only power a fridge magnet, you know?
Or for example,
so it would only power a thermometer.
This one at 99.3 megahertz.
So that's interesting, isn't it? That's interesting. It's all those things we were talking about, and the kid makes it seem convincing because people understand a little bit of it, but not all of it. Like, we have got trouble understanding the final end of this because it's complicated physics. But or I'll say you might get it, but I might find it a bit more difficult, to be honest. So I'll be honest about that. Let's search this for free. Oh no, it's actually, if I just do sort by most popular on the videos, please. Sort by, there's one more I want to show that I must have watched. Free energy devices built on science. Free energy device.
Hi, I'd like to rectify free.
This one, isn't it?
Hi, today I'd like to build a few free energy devices and prove them. If you are one of my close to 2 million subscribers or viewers, you already know that I'm a huge advocate for free energy and its role in saving us from fossil fuel, which is just killing our planet. There are tons of videos of people building these devices every day, so let's just jump into building them and the science behind them. But under one condition: don't just watch this halfway and leave as a believer or non-believer. You have to watch this to the end to be able to make a solid conclusion. Especially since I'll announce between the two magnets there is enough energy created to turn on a fluorescent light wirelessly.
The suggestion is the electromagnetic field is enough to turn on the light.
Of course, this is a simple concept. We all know that magnets hold potential magnetic energy that we just need to convert into electric energy.
That's the bit of science that we can get a hold of.
I don't have the exact same magnets, but I think I can do better. See, I have two bigger magnets like this that are connected to a series of smaller magnets, and so the field of the big magnet is focused through the rod magnet.
Now, I don't know that for a fact, but I might just take it for granted as he says it, but I don't know.
And the tiny magnets have alternating magnetic fields north-south, north-south. Now I'm going to slide some coil on top of the rod magnet.
This starts to look right. It looks like the stuff we've been talking about.
And as we know, magnetic field passing through a coil creates electricity, especially here that I have alternating magnetic fields.
So we know we've got to have alternating magnetics to, you know, the magnetic field has to alternate. But this is slightly wrong, isn't it? The magnetic fields are alternating because the north-south, north-south. But is the actual magnetic field pulsing, creating that current? No, it's not, is it? It's not. But he says it like it is, and we don't know enough to really dig into that. So
amplified by the field coming from the big magnet. The large alternating fields create large AC energy across the coil, which doesn't have anywhere to go, and so the unloaded voltage across the coil just rises significantly. With my setup, one of these would.
And that was one of those things where he says a lot of physics words and I lose track. And I start to think, oh, do I need to pause it and skip back and say what he said again? Because I can't remember. What he said seemed to make sense.
Would be enough, but the two would make a more uniform electric field at the center. As I've shown in my previous videos, a fluorescent light in proximity with high voltage starts to glow, because very high voltage excites the mercury vapor in the bulb and creates light.
Hello everybody.
In the next video we have a few wires wound and coiled in a specific way to help capture the available electricity in the atmosphere.
That looks right, doesn't it? It's what we've been talking about. Electricity waves in the atmosphere, magnets going in coils.
Magnets inserted into the coil, it focuses the captured energy.
Comes on, you see. So these things look right, don't they? These things look right, do they?
Same result. Like in this video, we have a different combination of windings and magnet form factor. But as you see, in most cases we need a pair of magnets to maximize the resonance.
So let's just skip on, because remember he said you can't just go, you've got to watch the end.
All part of my scheme to lure the free energy believers here and show them the truth. There is no free energy, no crazy energy, and no over unity. Free energy is energy generated without consuming any other source. Crazy energy, which I just named it, is energy from fake sources or sources that don't really have much power to deliver. And over unity means these perpetual systems that have efficiency over 100%. All impossible. I was able to tell you convincing lies because I mixed them with truth and fact. So you would say, oh, I know that part is true, so this guy must know what he's talking about, and the rest could make sense too. Now, I'm not trying to teach you how to lie, I just want to show you how you can be lied to. Just trust me on this one. There is no free energy, no crazy energy, and no over unity in our entire universe. Otherwise, our universe would fall apart. Although I don't deny that in the future we might find a new source of energy. Let me show you how I did the tricks. Of course, this magnet contraption doesn't work at all. The reason my light is turning on is because I'm hiding my Tesla coil under the table. Ow! This is the source of the high voltage that's turning the lamp on, not the magnets. Electric, magnetic, or gravity fields in a stationary object are stationary. They don't move or stream out. Only when a magnet moves, it sends waves of magnetic field through the universe that can...
So he's saying what we've been learning, hasn't he? It's about movement. It's about creating energy from energy.
Create electricity through a coil. So a stationary magnet with respect to coil doesn't create any electricity.
Is HelloFresh worth the price? Absolutely. In the beginning,
I'm never buying HelloFresh now, thanks to you and your horrible advert.
For all the other tricks I did here, there is one common factor, and that's a well-hidden battery. In my case, the battery is in the lamp, if you can see it here, and the lamp turns on if I short its contacts. This piece of junk three-fingered wire maze does nothing except for providing a short circuit with the magnets across the lamp contacts. See? The same kind of lamp is used in most those faff. Of course, there is huge potential energy in the massive atmosphere around Earth, but there is no measurable localized energy in a tiny airspace to power anything. And here, the guy seems to have no battery and turning a single LED on. But this time, if you see here, he is running wires through his hand powering the LED. That little liar! And this piece of junk is the same thing, just shorting across the lamp contacts, turning it on.
So, it's obviously bullshit, yeah? But what was used to confuse us, do you remember when he showed his bullshit examples? What was used to confuse us was this language.
Electric energy. I don't have the exact same magnets, but I think I can do better. See, I have two bigger magnets like this that are connected to a series of smaller magnets, and so the field of the big magnet is focused through the rod magnet. And the tiny magnets have alternating magnetic fields north-south, north-south. Now I'm going to slide some coil on top of the rod magnet. And as we know, magnetic field passing through a coil creates electricity. Especially here that I have alternating magnetic fields amplified by the field coming from the big magnet. The large alternating fields create large AC energy across the coil, which doesn't have anywhere to go, and so the unloaded voltage across the coil just rises significantly.
It's confusing language, isn't it? It's confusing language. That's where I want to get into, Ken. I'm going to go back to that kid for a second. Show me the kid.
What did I do?
It's pretty much common knowledge that if you're serious about photo...
Hi, today I like to crush some kids' dreams.
So this kid who created the bucket, which obviously had a battery in the bucket, yeah? This kid actually presents on a stage at one point in this article.
Nikola Tesla. And he started creating a tower on Long Island to try to figure out how to harvest wireless electricity.
Come on, host, Tesla made that tower to transmit wireless power. His intention was never to harness free energy.
That's a bit of a... He may have tried to harness free energy, but he wasn't successful.
Maxwell. And he had also just invented a new kind of wireless energy harvester.
I have invented a device that extracts electromagnetic energy from all around us and transfers it into electrical. Here's how it works.
So he's going to tell us how it works. Remember what Mehdi said, and what we've learned through our investigation about looking at the Earth and the electromagnetic fields, is that yes, there's a huge electromagnetic circuit going on with the Earth, like the weather, but it's dispersed around the whole Earth, and the whole Earth is massive, and the total amount of power in the whole thing is not enough. In total, we've got like 1 coal power station's worth of power in the whole Earth system going on at once. So one pocket of air, like he said, you know, if you make your little circuit and harvest it from the air, it's not condensed in the air. It's not condensed. It's too dispersed. It's too small. You need to condense that to make it resonate, and condense it like the feedback to create that from the air. So how does he do it?
You collect the energy on one side of the device, where it's then amplified, then polarized. The energy is then integrated into opposite polar semiconductors, where you put a coil around between and on each side of the electromagnetic module and collect the energy.
What? Didn't he just do the same thing as I keep saying they do? He said a lot of physics words very quickly, and even a smart person can't. You have to say, slow down, I'm trying to think what the first word meant, and you've said the next one. I can't piece that together. That's the sort of sentence that I need time to break down. If you're teaching kids stuff, you break it down in little bits. What we've been doing today is learning stuff by breaking it down into little bits. He just went over it really fast.
Free energy.
Well, he speaks pretty well.
And that's the trick, isn't it? That's the roll up, come and see my magic tonic. It's made of contrafibularities and esteemed potentialities, and it will make you, and you what? It's made of what? You know, you don't say it's snake oil. You call it a magnetic dielectric, scientific, resonant, conductive. You know, you use all the words you can to baffle people. Yeah, is it? Is it good? That sounds good. I'm not going to say that I'm ignorant, because everyone else seems to know what he's talking about. So yeah, you know, that's a method of confusion. That's a method of confusion. The kid knows it. He's been taught it.
And on each side of the electromagnetic module and collect the energy.
The kid knows it, and he's been taught it.
All around us, and transfers it into electrical. Here's how it works.
Here's how it works.
You collect the energy on one side of the device, where it's then amplified.
You put the energy on one side of the device, which is then amplified. So what energy? What energy? Where's the electromagnetic energy from the Earth, yeah? It's amplified. How?
Then polarized. The energy.
And then polarized. What? Hang on, we're throwing in the words now. Polarized, what do you mean? Turned into a one-way system, or polarized like a magnet, or polarized like opinions?
Energy is then integrated into opposite polar.
It's integrated into opposite poles and semiconductors.
Or semiconductors, where you put a coil around between and on each side of the electric.
And you put the coil around between and on each side of the electromagnetic module, and it collects energy. It's just like word salad, they call that. It's just a jumble of long words so that it confuses people enough so they can't pick you and say, hang on, what did you actually say? Because you've baffled them, and you've said it fast, and you've moved on.
Electromagnetic module and collect the energy. Voila! Free energy.
Well, he speaks pretty well and knows scientific terms and spits them out pretty well with confidence. But his scientific theories and explanations don't make sense. Just search for his name and his channel and watch his videos yourself. I think it's the dad encouraging this. He seems to be in on the pranks.
He's calling them pranks, hoax, whatever, you know? Pranks, hoax, whatever. So you got that. And then finally, we've got the angry photographer. Now, if you look on my Battery Exhausted channel, which I need to turn back into a working channel actually one of these days, Battery Exhausted, the angry photographer. I've made 6 years ago now, I've made this video on my channel called An Hour of Relaxing Woodland Photography to Calm the Angry Photographer. Little joke there with my please wear headphones. Relaxing, content assured. 1 hour relax guarantee. I should actually put this on the True Binaural channel, shouldn't I? It's just, I went out, I watched his videos about photography, The Angry Photographer, Theory of Apophysis, and Ken Wheeler, and I thought they were really good. So I went out and I took some photographs with his tips. You know, I followed his tips, took some photographs, and these are just, I mean, you might not like them, you might think they're shit, but they're just images that I find they might be relaxing, maybe. I don't know, maybe. Because he's called the Angry Photographer, Ken Wheeler. He calls himself the Angry Photographer. So I've put this dedicated to Ken, the Angry Photographer of YouTube. theory or hypothesis. Because at the time, I used to watch his videos, right? And I really enjoy dipping into his channel I've written. I'm grateful for his insight. I listened to his advice and it improved my photography. I'm not a pro photographer by trade. That said, I'll gladly accept interesting or artistic assignments. I've not enjoyed taking on photographic jobs in the past that have involved models or are fashion based. I've veered away from the work. I dislike being a club photographer or shooting weddings, but I shoot photographs for my pleasure. So I took this series, I write the lens and the filter, natural light, I'm telling you, because that's what you do with photography. Not put through Photoshop. This is a gift to the angry photographer, but also a gift to the world. These images are in the public domain. It's hard to copyright and keep track of them because I've written this, right? Because people were accusing Ken of using their photographs, like, oh, he says he's a great photographer, but he's using other people's photographs and passing them off as his. So I said that as a little joke, because they're Creative Commons now, and if you want to use them, go for it. I don't care, it's just some pictures. So I've written that as a little cheeky joke. To Ken specifically, I hope you get a boost from knowing your videos do help people take more beautiful pictures, and I hope you can see your hand in some of the images here. So I'm not on all that fucking weird magnetism shit. I'm on the photography, but I am fully aware of Ken. Have been for years. So that's my lovely photographs. We'll look at them another time, or you can look at them in your own time. But this is Ken Wheeler, Theory or Hypothesis, right? And he's made all these videos, and a lot of them have been about photography, but some of them are about science and weird shit. And he's in this area. Now, with everything we've learned today, we can start to actually see where he does some of these techniques. And it's a shame, because I think he's a nice guy, really, but I think he's just trying to make ends meet. And I think he needs to sell a few ebooks about magnetism to a few confused sheep, and then he can make a bit of money. I think that's what it's about. PayPal donations appreciated there at the top, you see. So it's about the money. I mean, I'm obviously hopeful that this is going to turn into financial security for me on YouTube, but I'm also quite happy to state that whilst I've got a PayPal, I don't have a PayPal donation, I've got a coffee donation, but I've got a thing. I've also got a link to a charity and a mental health support charity on my buttons. So anyway, it's enough about me, Virtue Signaler. Look, he's done these videos, and it's all about this magnetism and shit. And I watched these, and I remember thinking, I wish I was intelligent enough to understand this, because it seems really interesting. But at no point did I want to buy the book or make a donation or anything.
Okay, I promise to show you something now that I've never talked about before, and that will be in the 4th edition of my free book, not selling anything, Uncovering the Missing Secrets of Magnetism.
Now, he said a free book then, so he's not selling anything. I actually thought it was, there was some sales involved at some point. But maybe it's just the being, on YouTube and getting nearly 1 million views on your video. One of the things that Ken's done that I think is really clever is on YouTube, when you're making videos, you want to make videos that no one else has made. What do you mean? Well, if you make a video about the new Nikon lens, then 1 million other people on their channels that are doing photography channels make a video about the new Nikon lens, don't they? Everyone does that. But if you do a video like today's video, Tesla's not going to be unique, is it? People are going to talk Tesla all the time. But if I make a video about how this white face paint, how to clean this white face paint off a mobile phone, right? If I make that video, then not that many people have made that video before. So if someone actually gets white face paint on their phone, I'm the one that comes up at the top of the search. This is slightly different. This is talking about magnetism, and because he's talking about these things, and it says first time explained, center of light at the inertia plane. There aren't many people who have made a video about the center of light at the inertia plane, because he might just be talking some mumbo jumbo, but it occupies a space on YouTube there that he's not in competition with anyone else, and he gets a lot of views on it. And it might just be simply that he said some ideas once and he went down this path and he ended up making more and more videos. Maybe he's confused, but a lot of the time he says all these words that confuse me, and I recognize that in the snake oil people. I recognise that in the people that are talking shit. So I think that there's a worry there when there's ebooks involved, when there's a place on YouTube, when there's advertising revenue, whatever it is. I worry about that. And I also find that when I slow his words down and take them apart, I can't really turn them into workable understanding. It's not me being stupid. It's that when I slow his words down and take them apart, I can't really turn them into sense. We're going to see a counter argument to his point in a minute, but I will just let him play for a second to show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, right now we're looking at a magnet underneath the ferrocell, invented by my buddy, Tim. And here you can see, moving clockwise, brighter lines. These are just fed by standard hardware LEDs. Okay. Now underneath that, moving in a seemingly opposite direction, or counterclockwise, you will see dimmer lines. The dimmer lines is the opposite face of the magnet that is furthest away from the surface of the ferrocell. The ferrocell are two perfectly optically flat pieces of glass, in between which is a special...
I'm following this at the moment. A ferrocell shows us the magnetic field through having liquid with magnetic particles in it, flattened essentially. It's very simple technology. It's liquid with magnetic particles in it, flattened like that, and you look through the disc, you've got the lights so that you can see, so it illuminates that liquid, and the magnetic field obviously pulls the particles, and so you see a sort of representation of a magnetic field through the liquid.
Solution that is less than 1 micron thin. If you're actually to have this ferrocell in your possession, let's first take a look at what we're looking at, then understand what we're looking at.
So I can see what we're looking at, but when he tries to explain it to me, it gets a bit more complicated.
Because descriptions are one thing, explanations are seemingly counterclockwise dimmer lines. So what do the dimmer lines represent? Now we hold a position that is irrefutable, that there is a double vortex in either pole of a magnet. We
hold the position, which is irrefutable, no one's countering this claim, that there's a double vortex at each pole of the magnet. A vortex, that's like a spinning... I don't know if there is a vortex. Is it moving, the magnetic field? I thought it wasn't. I thought it was stationary before. I don't know. A double vortex now, I've got to learn about what that is. But I don't know what that is off the top of my head in this context. So it becomes a sticking point immediately. Teach me double vortex. Don't go any further.
That one side is moving clockwise and the other side is moving counterclockwise. But that's a spatial vector.
That's a spatial vector. Teach me spatial vectors. What?
In reality...
Oh, that's not even what's happening.
The truth is, and this is something I've already mentioned.
And this is now the truth.
Get to the main point here in a second.
So, to confuse me even more, we've said some confusing stuff which I don't even have to know what it is because it's not that.
The truth is that both are moving in exactly the same direction. If you place your hands like this and move them opposite each other in a way, you'll say, well, they're moving inverse to each other. But if you look at each hand, you'll see that this one's moving counterclockwise, and on the other side, this one's moving counterclockwise. If you move them clockwise, they're also moving inversely. But if you look at each one, this hand's moving clockwise, and the other hand's moving clockwise. So the vector of inverse movement is only a spatial vector. Both are, in reality, moving in the exact same direction.
So it's like, you know, what he's saying is if there's a vortex and they're both like moving on the same plane, I kind of get that. You know, if you mirrored something, it's different, it's the opposite, but this is not mirrored, so therefore it's the same. So it's a language thing, isn't it? A language thing. This is why I think language is so important to these people, because it helps them to baffle people.
These curvilinear circles, okay, we need to understand something else. It is amazing.
These curved lineal circles. Don't just let it go by. These what? These curved lineal circles. What? Am I explaining that? No, we're just moving on.
And this is the most fundamental principle of the universe, and yes.
This is the most fundamental principle of the universe. It's coming up.
Yes. I don't care if it sounds hubristic or boastful, but I'm the first person on Earth to figure out what...
The first person on Earth, meaning this video is unique. No one else is going to be copying my video. Well, maybe they will, whatever. But, you know, I've got the strong place on YouTube here because no one else is saying this. There's a really important point. Double vortex, opposite directions, fields match perfectly. Yeah, I kind of get that. But, like, let me just, you know, give me the benefit here. Vortex. I hate it when the do you know, I hate it when I want to find out the definition of a vortex, right? And people say, oh, don't use Google. This is one thing that Google's awful for, is you say vortex and it brings up something you can buy, somewhere to spend your money, a film, a club. The vortex, go here, use our Google system of capitalism, please. No thanks, I just want to know some information. Vortex, a whirling mass of fluid or air. That's what I thought it was. I thought of whirlpools, like in my brain, but a whirling mass of fluid around. I thought there was no mass in the... Is there a mass in the magnetic field? And is it whirling? Is it in flux? Because I didn't think it was supposed to be. I was taking it for granted that Ken said it, and it is, but now, do you know what I mean? I can learn the word vortex, but does that mean that this is correct, or does it mean it's not correct? It just gets a bit...
Magnetism is how magnetism works, and that it can exist no other way. Simplicity is divinity. If you want...
Simplicity is divinity. So he's going to make it clear to us.
When I talk about Occam's razor, the most simplest explanations must be the true ones. There is nothing possibly conceivable that is more simplex than this.
Simplex? Simplex is a more complicated word than simple. We've already started it.
Explaining it, however, is not simple.
Oh, explaining it's not simple, of course.
The explanation is not simple. Really, the main reason it's not simple is because human comprehension of geometers and the notion of...
Geometers and the shapes. You mean shapes. Speak in plain English. Make it easy for me. Speak in plain English. There is a concept called plain English. Right? Plain English. And it's important to understand. I've got a book on it, which I read as an A-level student way back. Plain English. The idea is that we should talk in simple terms that people can understand. Okay? I'm surprised their website is not clear to understand. Why not have a big fat definition of plain English on the front, you fools? But there's a campaign for it. Against gobbledygook, jargon and misleading public information. I'm a big believer in this. I don't want the government to try and confuse us with ideas. I want it to be clear and concise. Everyone needs to understand it. Everyone. Not just smarty pants people. Not people in the middle like me. And not dum-dums wearing their pies on their head. No. Everyone needs to understand it. Plain English. Let's talk in plain terms we can all understand. And if it's complicated and it gets complicated, fine. But let's try and simplify it as much as we can. Not create more complexity in our language so that people find the verbose nature of our enunciation to be a confusion within the dielectric, electric, magnetic confusion.
Geometry and metageometry, space and counter space.
There we go, space and counter space. Now what he's saying though is that you are not smart enough to understand what he's going to try and explain. Ken is smart, so he can understand this shit, but we're not smart, so we can't. So there you go. It's not easy to explain. I'll say all these words, you don't get it, but trust me, I'm a fucking smart cookie.
The conjugate principles of force and motion, inertia and acceleration are not anything...
What? The conjugate principles of force, inertia and... There's so many words there, I forgot what they all were before he finished saying them. The conjugate principles. What do you mean?
I learned in college, high school, or anywhere else. Don't learn it in college either. You know, I've hung out in university libraries for countless years.
And I think it's part of a technique to try and make you feel stupid, or to try and make you think that he is smart. Because even people in colleges can't understand this shit. You know, if you talk enough funny words quick enough, you seem very smart. But smart people can see through that and see that you're actually just bullshitting.
You'll not read about this stuff anywhere. Okay, now let's come to a comprehension, and I'll explain something to you and you'll understand something. And I'm going to show you something for the first time, so bear with me, okay? Something that you'll love, something that's wonderful.
Just get on with it. This is a YouTube technique of persuasive language as well. Not just YouTube, but persuasive language. Or not so much persuasive, but persuading you to listen. Is that I'm going to tell you something. It's going to change your world. It's going to be amazing. You're going to want to hear what I did on my holidays. I'm just going to tell you in a minute. You just wait till I've got my drink and then I'm going to tell you. Oh, don't go anywhere. I'm about to tell you. Come back after the break when I tell you this most important thing. Where, like, Jesus Christ, if it's that good, just tell us it. He's having you on. You can tell because he's stringing you along in his language to get some more minutes out of the video.
That movie, 2010, Space Odyssey, and he asked the mystery old guy, said, what's going to happen? And the old guy says,
get on with it.
Let's explain this first. Okay, we know that the brighter lines is the faces.
I find it a really good ASMR video as well when he taps that thing, but just get on with it.
Closest face. Either side. We'll look at this side or the other side. Okay, what is this? It's not additive and destructive interference like we're talking about in the double slit experiment to the laser.
It's not that, so why are you talking about it? Additive and destructive interference from the double slit experiment with the laser, which I actually do understand. I fully understand that. But it's not that, so why are you talking about it? Are you trying to make yourself sound smart or something?
A second. It's the same principle that we think of as destructive and constructive interference. Hold on, I'm going to show you something neat in a second. You have to bear with me. You have to build up to understanding the comprehension.
But you're not building up to understanding. You keep just throwing in different ideas that don't mean anything, and you keep saying it's not this, and it's not that, and it's not this. But hold on, I'll tell you what it is. So it's just fucking ridiculous, and it eventually starts talking all these funny words.
Notice the flux lines diverging. You see that?
Diverging flux lines.
There is zero magnetism. You can see that underneath the ferrocell. You can see that underneath magnetic viewing film.
I can't go on any further. He talks about the magnetic dielectric of the counter space. He makes up all these words. Now, what you will find is there is a healthy debunking community on YouTube, and there are people that literally make video after video after video. Planar Walk is one of my favourites.
Ahoy hoy.
I've seen enough of his videos to know that he's making sense. What am I trying to do? Videos and but search for Ken. I put salad. Incoherent word salad. This is what they're accusing him of. So it's not me just saying it. I thought all this stuff years ago, remember? I've got my video to prove it. But like, it's all just word salad. There's him and there's AB Science. They're talking about it.
What's the easiest way to...
I hate this advert so much. I'm never going to use your hotel service simply because you... I mean, I think she's quite endearing, but...
Planar Walk. And today I'm going to take a look at someone who believes that gravity is not a force. Now, it's not the type of person that you'd expect.
So, they basically look at Ken and debunk him.
Object and put it in a blind person's hand and go like, oh, that's really heavy, right? That's the case, isn't it? Now, this little neodymium iron boron magnet... which only weighs a little over 4 ounces. Okay, let's say it weighs 4 ounces. You know, what can we say? Using Platonic logic and retroductive reasoning. So there's
There we go again. Platonic logic and retroductive reasoning. Using what? Can't you just have to fucking tell me what the fucking thing is in real words?
Deduction, and retroduction.
And no one speaks like that. No one speaks like that. And certainly you wouldn't on YouTube, because you know that you're talking to a mass market on YouTube, and 90% of the people wouldn't understand those words in that order. I don't. I watch his videos, I understand the stuff about lenses and stuff, but he doesn't go like that. When he's talking about lenses and photography, he don't go on about all these fucking weird words. He doesn't tell me, like, you can go real deep on photography. You can tell me about the chuffing bit rate or something like that. He don't. He's talking about the simple terms in photography because he explains it, because it's, you know, part of his bread and butter to explain photography lenses. When he's talking about this shit, it just goes like, it's like he's farting out a dictionary.
Like, what's a really simple example of a retroduction versus induction versus deduction? Induction is like, well, where's the last place you saw a needle in a haystack? I saw it over there. Okay, we need to look over there. What about induction? Well, it happens to be the case that it would accelerate so many inches since it fell over there, and therefore we could deduce.
What? Induction and deduction are not very similar. Deduction is learning something through a process of elimination, I would assume. And induction is a process of accelerating the electrons in a electric current. Not just because they have unction at the end, but it's this constant stream of diatribe of words that confuses enough to like, for me personally, when I found this sort of shit through the prism of photography on his channel. I love Ken. I love his photography videos. I think he's a really nice guy. I'd love to sit in the woods with him. He's got this land on his property. I think he's, other than the killing animals and the skinning them, which I really abhor, and the making things out of dead animal flesh and skins. Ugh. Dead animal skin handbag, no thanks. But other than that, like, I'm a Mac user. I'm a photographer. We'd have a lot in common. We could sit and have a great chat and a great laugh, I'm sure. But don't try and talk this shit to me, Ken. I don't like this. And doing it on the internet to the rest of the good people of the world, I just don't. I feel like it's a con job. I feel like it's a grift in some way. And that if you can appear more intelligent through this language, I'm talking about making my language more plain so that everyone could understand it. That's what I've been trying to do with all this Tesla stuff today. Break it down as clear so that I can understand it, for Christ's sake, because I've got the brain of a fucking Doberman. Like, I'm not Einstein. Like, I did go to a grammar school. I did go to university, but I'm older now and I've smoked enough weed and drunk enough pints and banged enough heads to know that my brain cells are not firing on all cylinders like they used to be. Whatever. I don't need to be Einstein. I just need to navigate this world. And people like you are just throwing up all these words and it's confusing the chuff out of me. And that's me. I'm not like easily confused, but I stop it there. I used to stop there and go, wow, Ken's smart. I'm confused, ergo, Ken is smart. But now I think differently. I think, hang on, if you're that smart, you could explain it to me so I could understand it. You're not that smart. You're pulling a fast one here, Ken. Slow down. Slow down. It's like arguing with someone in the pub and they've already gone on to the next thing. No, Ken. We didn't even sort out the vortexes thing. Like, he didn't. You did in chat, thank God, but he didn't. So it's too much for me, Ken, when you do this. And that... Do you remember when I was talking about the Tartarians? And do you remember when I was talking about all this other stuff? I get to the point where I have to put it aside and do mental health stuff. I have to go walking the dog because it gets too much for me. So if Ken is deliberately doing the things that are making me feel like that, I'm going to stop pointing the finger at me and saying I'm stupid and start pointing at Ken saying, why are you confusing me? Why are you doing what we accuse the government of doing with the plain English? What about this Earth resonance power generator? What about this free power? Oh, it's just an inductor in a bucket with a semiconductor, and then it goes round the wire, and you put the coil wire around the in through the out hole and up through there, and there's the wizard. And that's how you make a... What? Do you know when you do magic on stage, and they're like, the little rabbit, and he goes in the one, and he comes out of the pocket, and he goes round the front, and he goes round the house, and there he is, he's in your pocket, and he's like, which hand is he in? I've been distracted and confused because there's a trick. It's part of the trick. They sound like these magicians who distract and confuse for the trick, don't they?
Not much difference. Retroduction, like, well, the needle's made out of metal and hay burns, so let's just light it all and boom, there'll be the needle right there. It's a very quick, expedient methodology that the Platonists used to arrive at facts.
Okay, now I just have to nitpick this point. He said induction twice.
Induction's like, well, where's the last place you saw the needle in a haystack? I saw it over there. Okay, we need to look over there. What about induction? Well...
Now, another point, and I might be wrong on this, but it sounded like the example that he gave for retroductive reasoning was deductive reasoning. So basically, he started with a general rule. Hay is flammable. If we burn the hay, then the hay will burn, leaving nothing but the needle, and we'll know exactly where the needle is. That's deductive reasoning, right?
So I've been educated there on deductive reasoning because I had to take it bit by bit and learn. So they are debunking him, and what they're saying is he's talking shit. And I can follow what they say and agree with it. Can't follow what he says and agree with it. So he's talking shit. And if you want to find out more about Ken Wheeler, because it was suggested right at the start, and it is so in this ballpark of all this stuff. It's so in this ballpark. It's enough science to get you going, enough words to confuse the chuff out of you, and where's the word salad bit? Where's the word salad? Doesn't he eat a word salad at some point in this video? Literally eating a word salad.
What's it like to learn math on Brilliant?
What's it like to look on Brilliant? I wouldn't know because I'm never going to look on Brilliant because you've forced this advert in my eyes.
Cells, a patented device by my buddy Tim. Don't even try to argue that shit with me.
So your buddy Tim patented the ferrocell. He's a pretty bad buddy if he hasn't corrected you on this shit yet. Now, Tim Vanarelli invented the ferrocell, TM, and Ken is now claiming that this shows magnetic fields bending light. All the ferrocell shows is interesting diffraction patterns due to the ordering of a ferrofluid between two glass plates.
Oh, all right, that interesting okay, I'm getting a bit confused, but here's someone who knows about physics contradicting what it even fucking does. Shit. Okay, sounds like it's being debunked. Like, I could go deeper and deeper into a whole episode, but here we go. We've got AB Science. That's AB Science there. And we've got Planar Walk. Take a look at their videos. See what you think. I'm not going to tell you to think either way. I'm going to give you an alternative viewpoint there that I feel does a lot to help me understand Ken. And I've told you why I find him confusing. So either I'm wrong and they're wrong. I mean, I might, not me, because I'm not the one advocating for these views. They might be wrong. Ken might be wrong. I don't know enough. But, you know, we've got a team of physicists online debunking Ken. We've got Ken on his own, only person saying the things he says. We've got a load of people feeding into Ken's financial interests through that interest. I don't know, these people are selling mugs as well. Everyone's got merchandise now. So maybe I should be, you know, maybe I should be fair and say, look, these people have got an iron in the fire here. They want views as well. But it would seem strange to pick on Ken to gain those views specifically. I don't know. You make up your own mind on that. It's all out there. We've done our good work today. I've got Mental Health Monday this evening at 8 p.m. GMT on Twitch. It's on Twitch. It should be on YouTube because we're talking conspiracy theory. We're talking how conspiracy theories affect your mental health. It will be uploaded to YouTube, as all the episodes are. This week, we've uploaded new videos to our channel. But last week we had a problem with the internet. So if you look on our channel at the videos, you won't see as many uploads. You'll see the ones that were uploaded that you've been watching. Great, thank you. But if you want to see a couple of new ones, like Amber's license is new, but if you look at the playlists, for example, we finished the Rectal Suicide, Dr. K and Ethics on Mental Health Monday. That video, the final one, is in the playlist now, but it was jerky, stoppy, starty. So it's like a podcast with starty images, jerky internet. So I haven't uploaded it live public because then it says uploaded new video and it's a rubbish video and I don't want it to be my most recent content. So I've uploaded it unlisted. So you can find it through the playlist. It's there. You can still watch it, but I'm not pushing it into the world like my new upload because it's a rubbishy internet connection for that one. That also goes for a couple of other bits and pieces. I think one of the Genshin Impact ones, maybe. 1, 2, check, Chuffy 1, 2. Why does it do that? I thought one of the Genshin Impacts. Yeah, Late Night Genshin Impact and Genshin Impact and Chill. They're two new Genshin Impact videos that aren't officially released, but they're there on the playlist. So after I'm finished now, get on the playlist. They have 19.5k subs. Yeah, maybe they're looking for more subs. You know, I'm looking for more subs, I'll tell you that. I'm looking for more subs. I shouldn't be promoting channels with 20,000 more subs than me, should I? They should be promoting me, if anything. We all want a few more subs. Yeah, I need to get up to 1,000 so that I can monetize. That'll make a huge difference in my life. Honestly, it'll make a big difference. And then we can have, like, you know, we can have those live streams with, you can join and stickers and throw me as much money as you want. That'd be fine. But actually what we're trying to drive towards is a media product that can be sponsored. That's what we'd like to get towards. So yeah, but look into all this stuff in your own time and leisure, of course. Check out our most recent videos. That's what I was going to say on the channel while I'm away. Get up to date with Mental Health Monday. We will be especially get up to date with Mental Health Monday, which is available on the normal video list there. Conspiracy theories equal mental health crisis, because we're talking more about that tonight at 8 p.m. GMT on Twitch. You have around 300 no content. That's interesting. I've got so many more subscribers on my ASMR channel that I don't care to show it off anymore. But I've been there on YouTube and had the successful numbers of subscribers. I know how to play the algorithm, but that's not what we're doing here. So it doesn't concern me. As long as we're growing, every year I want to make a 10x step. This year we've made that. So as long as we're growing, I'm happy. But, you know, if I wanted to be big on YouTube, I'd have to do this a different way. I follow some of the ideas. I have to. You know, otherwise I'm lost in the rest of the content. But what we're doing here, we're in the vanguard of a different kind of medium. Twitch is popular for live streaming. It's been popular for a long time. It's games. It's a certain culture group. It's a certain cultural group, maybe. They've got their own jargon, lingo, argot. slang. It's more of a closed shop. Twitch is interesting. It's more financially viable for the small streamer. But YouTube is the growth platform. And yeah, you need 300 to watch every time. Exactly. It's about interaction. It's about... what's the word? There's another word for interaction. You know, it's about whether people actually watch. And gaining subscriber numbers through whatever means is not as important as that interaction, I guess. For me, it's about making content that people find valuable, interesting, helpful, positive. For me, it's that. Yeah, and the streaming service on YouTube is going to grow. It's going to grow. So I want to be here as a streamer. I should be editing all of my videos into manageable bite-sized chunks, giving them the clever titles and the clever thumbnails. I'm not doing that. If you look at home, you can scroll down. We've got Ganji cuts when we do a particularly interesting video that I can edit. We edit into a... We do that. We do that. It takes me time, and I'm spending more of my time streaming these days. So there we go. We've got a year's worth of videos on the edits channel there. We also do Ganji clips, and we do Ganji arts here. Ganji arts is when we do a real artistic, like a video game art review, anything art or culture related that we do a proper review on. There's that. So I've done those videos as well, those channels. This is all new since we've been streaming. Before that, I had Battery Exhausted and True Binaural. True Binaural's had over like 5 million views or something in its time. So, you know, I've been there, didn't want it monetized, eventually had to monetize it because YouTube stopped sharing my work. It stopped putting me on the list. So I had to monetize it. They sent me a letter saying, please monetize, otherwise we're shutting you down, essentially. So that's got monetization on it now. You chuffers. But, you know, I've been there with the success on that. Sort by most popular. ASMR, sex. That's a conversation about... It's not actual sex, obviously. You know, it's a conversation about how ASMR is not like sex. That's nearly 500,000 views now. The dummy head hack's nearly 250,000... Well, it's over 250,000 views. ASMR sounds 250,000 views. In total, all my videos, in the millions of views in total. So, there you go. And we also do Battery Exhausted, which I did as a B-side channel. And veganism. That got monetized. And my most popular videos on there are 81,000 views, 50,000 views. Hi, you're with this Scott. Is... We went on tour with Eddie Hall, Strongman. That's my music. Oop, there's an advert. Look, because I am monetized on that one. But I've walked away from the monetized channels to start something new. We went and made a film that was on Netflix about strongmen. So this is just a bit of stuff from that. So I've been shooting documentary films. So I sort of graduated from YouTube onto documentary films, and that was on Netflix. And the other one that I made, we've shown it on the stream recently on Twitch. I've made a documentary about people who make indie games. It's a really interesting thing. I'm not going to go over and over it now. We're going to show it on stream and on YouTube ongoing into the future, because I didn't manage to sell it because we had a COVID and my team partner fucked off. So I was graduated from YouTube into making bigger media, into making documentaries, and then, to be honest, that last couple of years, not having my teammate, you know, fuck off and having COVID fuck us all off, I've gone away from that now. I'm back on YouTube streaming as a new thing. So that's where I'm at. But yeah, in terms of subs and numbers, it's not about that for me at all. I've said that from the start, and I still maintain it. I want to make financial security. I want that, you know, I want balance in my life, financial security. But in terms of subs and numbers, if I was interested in that, then I'd be pumping out the controversial content with the controversial thumbnails. It'd be 10-minute episodes. There'd be me and Mr. Beast in a pool of sharks eating gold steaks. You know what I mean? I'm just not Jake Paul, am I? So ne'er shall I be. We'll do it our way, and we won't have like millionaire success, but hopefully we'll be able to support ourselves and, you know, create some good ripples in the world. Now the cat's ripping up the carpet. I'm going to go. We're going to do Mental Health Monday later on. Check out the rest of my work if you're interested in it. It's all there. I'm going to with Battery Exhausted specifically, there's some worthy content on there. There's some good content, but it is such an eclectic mix. I've got everything from my remix of AOA's Like a Cat. This is me doing the moonwalk. This is my remix of a K-pop song. So, you know, I've been making music, I've been rapping, I've been playing guitars, I've been putting up strongman related content, I've been doing ASMR fails, that relaxing video photography. Veganism took off on this channel in a big way. You know, I started to talk about veganism a lot and I put it all on that channel. I've done all sorts of videos on there. It's an eclectic mix. And it did get monetized, but it doesn't fit the YouTube algorithms because YouTube doesn't like. That one's about speed running, that one's about veganism, that one's about ASMR, that one's about dogs, that one's about hip hop, that one's about cutting yourself when you're chopping. Like, it's just YouTube doesn't know who to suggest that shit to. You need to be more consistent, you need to have more of an obvious consistent voice, and I don't have that here, so I just moved away from that. It's monetized. Maybe this should be the streaming channel. Maybe I should have started the stream on the Battery Exhausted, but I wanted to move away from it because YouTube's already decided it's a fucking mess. Like, I've got some views on there and I've got 40,000 views on that one, 50,000 views on that one, but it doesn't matter to me. What matters is that we, you know, do this way that we're doing now. So maybe I will resurrect Battery Exhausted in the future. You know, maybe I'll resurrect it in the future. I need to tidy it up. I need to turn it, because if you sort by most recent content, newest, then you'll see that I was uploading some of our stream stuff. Our Firewatch playthrough is there. Some of our edits and shorts are there, and our early stream is there. So that it doesn't make any sense for it to all be there. I need to delete off what's rubbish, what doesn't make sense, and make it more clear and obvious what it is. And I think it needs to be a vegan channel with occasional rubbish. That's what that needs to be. So I need to fix that. You know, it's like a job of work to go through it and organise it and reorganising it, and then start putting out the videos that make sense on that channel. But maybe I don't, because the problem is YouTube has already written it off. YouTube, it's gone through a process of growth, and then YouTube said, look, no one's watching this channel anymore because you don't know what you're doing. We're going to stop suggesting it. So even if I put up the world's best 10 videos in a row, that channel's not going to take off, because YouTube's going to say, don't suggest this one, it's from that awful channel that doesn't know what they're doing. So I have to start from scratch again in a way. Anyway, that's all that. It's just me talking shit now. Go and watch my content, you. Go and watch it. Enjoy it. You might do. You never know. What's the worst that can happen? Subscribe, like. Please throw me a like and a subscription if you're still here at this juncture. I will see you tonight, 8 PM GMT for Mental Health Monday. You be good, and if you can't be good, you're naughty.